Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the country, in the world, even. We just had a few little things going on in the background. Always last minute glitches just at the very last day. Like, oh, no, like the last day of 10 whole days of streaming content for you. I feel every single second now. It's been 45 sessions or something like that. Yesterday, I think, was 6 hours of streaming. So we've been pretty busy. It's pretty good. And I've triggered it now. Now, we would start a little bit early and then wait for the top of the hour. But we have to start a little bit later than normal. So we'll just give time for people to join up. I can see the count rising, which is good. And let's say hello to a couple of people. Ron Maliza. Hey, kids. It sounds like a character from The Simpsons when you say that. But hey, I don't think anybody calls me a kid anymore. My days of being a kid are long gone. And Abd Razak, I'm guessing Abd is your first name. Hi, Abd, and hello, Delphi developers. Yes, hello, Delphi developers, and actually other developers, C++ developers, Python, and a few others as well. And in fact, this morning we have a tool for developers that it's not actually a developer tool as such, but you're going to hear all about it. It's very, very useful to I use it myself. Who else we've got? Ron is saying good morning. Morning, all. Yes, hello, Ron. Thanks for joining us. And Nolan, you've been here every single day for every single stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks for saying hello to us and coming from Taipei. Patrick Prematan, our Spirit of Delphi Award winner for 2024. Patrick, you made it through the whole 2 weeks. Thank you for being such a star and answering so many questions on the chat. And you know, I think you're a hero. I've met you in person and given you a pat on the back and all the rest of it in person as well. But thank you, Patrick. I really appreciate it. Who else we got? Andrea. Hello, Ian here again from Italy. So ciao. It's a beautiful day in Italy, I'm sure. Well, I hope it is. Anyway, I haven't actually checked. Maybe it's really awful and I'm talking nonsense. But it's super hot in Dallas. For those of you that like Celsius, it's already 31 and it's going to be 40 degrees Celsius later on today. So 102, I think, Fahrenheit. I have air conditioning, so I don't even notice it. And Ron's giving me a smile. Who else we got? Hello from Lisbon, Portugal. Yes, I will be over in Portugal in October and meeting all the people in Porto. So that's going to be fun. I think I get to do some sessions there, I think, and meet some customers and distributors and a few other things as well. So that's an interesting time. And also, just to make sure that we represent every part of the globe and every kind of timeline, north and south hemisphere, Zambia, and also hello to Ogeri in Nigeria, just to make it absolutely certain that we've got somebody from almost every continent, every world possible. So we've got a packed day. I'm going to try and zoom through it because today is our last day, and you know, we've had so many sessions, but today is no exception. Even though it's the last day, we've got a whole bunch of things happening. In a couple of minutes, we are going to have Bradley Hawkins backed up by a whole team, including Troy and Johnny. Now, they did tell me what they do. Bradley is a PM for Ultra Edit, so he's the guy who knows exactly what goes on in Ultra Edit. He's going to tell us about a few things that are coming up in the future as well, because he's going to reveal some of their plans, possibly. Johnny is the chief architect, and so you'll be able to pick his brains if you've got any questions about Ultra Edit. Doesn't matter what it is, ask them. If they can answer them, you know, we are owned by Idea, who sometimes push the thumb down on us and say, don't talk about this stuff because, you know, you'll give away the trade secrets, which we don't have many, but there are some. But just ask us some questions, and if we can answer them, we will do. And also joining them, as I just mentioned, Troy, who's a QA manager. So if you're an Ultra Edit fan, this is the webinar for you, because you've got all the team there who could possibly answer every single question you could ever want. Following that, at around about 11 a.m., it's 10 a.m. my time now. So 11 a.m., we will have a session from Dr. Kevin Bond, who's a professional educator, prof, knows his stuff, and he very approachable guy, makes it very understandable. He's going to be talking in quite a long session about functional programming. If you don't know what functional programming is, and it's okay, lots of people don't, then this is a session for you. It's an alternative way of coding, very popular, and provides the ability to write code that is clean and dry. If you don't know what I mean by clean and dry, then yeah, you need to go to that session, because Kevin's real expert on that kind of thing. Wrote some really good books about development, and one on Delphi development as well. Functional programming, that's at 11. Around about 12:30-ish, so 2.5 hours from now, we'll have a session from Paul McGee from Australia. I think he's joining us live as well, so he's very brave, getting up super early and joining us. And that is coroutines. What the heck are they? And that's so Australian, the title, that it couldn't be more Australian. But coroutines, I have to say, I had to look at the session a bit to work out what he was talking about. But it's interesting stuff. And then a very, very short session from Ali, who was here yesterday, about the Open API Wizard, which is a little utility. It's an add-in that goes into RAD Studio, and he's going to talk about that. Following after Ali's session, we're going to have Marco G from GDK Software, the excellent Delphi Summit that they arranged in Amsterdam. We're still talking about it. It was such a great time. And Marco's company, he's one of the joint CEOs, he arranged that. Delphi tips and tricks of personal selection. Now, Marco is a hardcore good guy at Delphi. So if you want to learn something about Delphi that might make your life easier, stick it out for Marco G's session, because he is a brilliant presenter, speaks absolutely perfect English, and is writing a book in English, which I asked him. I said, "Oh, it's really, really good." And he said, "Oh yes, I wrote it in Dutch and then translated it into English." What? Amazing! The guys is just unstoppable. So really worth having. And then we'll do our traditional bye-bye and thanks to everybody at the end of it. So a packed day. Ultra Edit are going to come on in a couple of minutes, and they're doing their session live because, it wouldn't be right. I do need to lose I have still got a little bit of hair left, so it's important that if we do a complete live session, my hair will completely fall out and I'll pull it out under stress. Who else we've got? We'll just quickly say hi. Andrea says it's quite hot. I think it's quite hot, 30 degrees centigrade. It's not even warm for Texas. And Sean's here from Jamaica. Hello, Sean. And Ron says, suggestion for next year, how about report generator comparison of some sort? We did one at the coding boot camp, I think, earlier in the year or last year, and I actually did the one. And I have got one planned. After this couple of weeks webinars are finished, and I've got a few things that are happening, I'm going to go back to doing the weekly webinars again every Tuesday at noon, and every Friday we're going to be doing some live coding. Richard Hatherall, who's an excellent developer who writes the AWS stuff, he and I are going to be doing some live coding just to really terrify us. But I will be doing a session on report generators because I've got a couple of people that have released some stuff that we want to talk about. Adele from Morocco, and you told me what your name translation was yesterday, but what are today's headlines? Well, I've just covered those. Guglielmo from some very obscure place called Orlando. Sounds like something made up by Disney. Just kidding. And Orlando in Florida, which is probably as warm as it is here. And then Ron says, thank you. Good. Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot for joining. We are going to be... Debbie from New Mexico will be watching all weekend. Thanks for making that possible. Yes. Don't forget, if you didn't, and also Doug from Victoria, British Columbia in Canada. We know a thing or two about that. I know someone who just went there recently and then went to Washington. Not saying any names. If you're watching us on YouTube or if you're watching us on LinkedIn, it doesn't matter which channel it is because we're using the codegear.com website. So it could be Ultra Edit's web YouTube channel. It could be Embarcadero's YouTube channel. It could be a LinkedIn page or something like that. If you can, click on the like button and the subscribe button down there at the bottom of the screen. In fact, it's this end. Click on the like and subscribe button. We won't know who you are. We'll have absolutely no idea, your details or anything like that, whether you're a customer, paying or otherwise. But if you could do that, what will happen is it helps the social team so that when we do go live on YouTube, you get a ping come through, an alert, and I can tell from the way the numbers are going up that is happening. You'll then be told when we go live. So if we do slip a little bit or a bit late, then you'll hear about it. That's going to be quite important because a lot of these sessions are going to be split up and replayed next week onwards. And so you'll be getting the individuals, hour long, hour and a half long, or 2 hour long sessions done. And these are the last people I'm going to say hello to. Hello, Ian. Hello, all from Southern England. And as a South Londoner, I will say hello to my fellow English people, although I'm technically American now. Sorry. British American. Had to disavow allegiance to the Queen because it was the Queen when I became a citizen. Sorry, Your Majesties, plural. And finally, hola, Pete Rios. All right. Okay, well, I'm pleased to say we have the Ultra Edit team here live in the background. In fact, they're in the back studio back area. What we call backstage, that's it. I couldn't remember the word. And the people that are presenting today is going to be Bradley Hawkins. And let me just say, make sure, Bradley, can you just say hi for a second? Because we're just going to make sure your audio works. Try again. Don't worry, I might not have.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes. You've got two little session things going on, so you know how it is. So Bradley's session is live. It's going to be about 40 minutes, including chat. Is that right?
Should be something like that, yes.
Yeah, 30, 40 minutes. Okay, then. All right, well, I'll hand over to Bradley. And as I said before, if you've got any questions at all about Ultra Edit, please ask them because they've got a whole mob army with us to answer those questions. So I'll hand it over to Bradley. And for now, I'm going to disappear. Speak to you later.
All right. Thank you, Ian. And thank you for everyone for coming into this presentation. For those of you who know about Ultra Edit, I'm glad you're here to see us again. For those of you who are brand new to Ultra Edit, welcome. Ultra Edit is one of the the word I would probably use is venerable. It's a very old editor. It's been around for a very long time, but we like to think that we're always staying on top of the latest technologies. So, and if anyone at any point you do not hear me because we had some technical issues at the beginning of this, please speak up and let me know because I'm having to switch between machines here. I'm concerned that my microphone may cut out. If it does, let me know and I'll see if I can figure out a way to address that. But what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about Ultra Edit, about a little bit about its history, and kind of give an overview of its main features and how to use those. And then, of course, we'll take your questions. I was going to actually ask Ian how he uses Ultra Edit, but we'll wait, I guess, till later. He can come back in and he can give us some information on how he uses Ultra Edit on a regular basis.
I do, and we'll do it after your flow of info is around. But yes, definitely. I'm a big fan of Ultra Edit, by the way. Big fan. I've mentioned that to Ben, for example, many times. So.
And while I've got you, let me try something real quick, and let me see if we do have a microphone issue. Because if we do, I want to quickly make a change so that we can. So I'm gonna stop speaking, and then I'm gonna start speaking, and let me know if you hear anything. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can still hear me.
Yeah, that's good, right?
that is good because for a moment there it looked like you weren't able to. So if at any point in time the microphone stops, let me know and we'll have to click some things and see what's going on. You
will hear the sounds of the silent screams of producer Martha, so don't worry.
Right. So, all right, let's just jump right in with Ultra Edit. Ultra Edit's been around. It's been a very long time. The first version of Ultra Edit was actually released on Windows 3.1. So if you've been using Windows that long, if your memory goes back that far, I think that the first version was a 16-bit version on Windows 3.1. Then it was released as a 32-bit version, of course, on Windows 95, and it's been rolling ever since then. So the first version that was a 32 version, I think, was in 96. And like I said, we had versions, I think, every single year since then. We are up to our latest 2024 version, which is version 31. So we're on the 31st year of Ultra Edit. So we've been working at this a long time. I came into Ultra Edit as an engineer in 2004, and then I became a lead engineer, and then the chief architect, and now I'm the product manager. So I've been with Ultra Edit at a lot of stages. I've seen a lot with Ultra Edit, and it's been a great experience. We have a great team. I think, as Ian said, Johnny and Troy are here with me. I don't think they're going to be speaking, but they are going to be available to answer questions. Although if either one of them does have a comment, feel free to jump in and make it. They have great information. If any of you have worked with Ultra Edit or worked with our support team, you've probably interacted with them, and they always have great answers. So let's see. Let me go on to 30 years of Ultra Edit. One of the things we've done, Ultra Edit, of course, started out as all Windows, but we've added a Mac and Linux version. What I'm going to do is, if my technical issues aren't back, we're going to try jumping to the Mac version. Hopefully you can see that. Yeah, we don't need to enter that password. And this is the Ultra Edit version running on my MacBook Pro. This is the latest version for the Mac, which actually this will be a general release in just a few weeks. This is going to be our latest release for Mac here. I'm not going to do any demos with this right now because we're focusing on Ultra Edit generally. I just wanted to show that we have our Mac version, and let's see if this works. And let's see if I can jump over to, there we go. There we go. This will be Ultra Edit running on Linux. This is running on Ubuntu, and this is our latest version. And just like the Mac version, it will be released in a few weeks, and we'll have a new version of Ultra Edit for Mac and Linux. So let me see if I can jump back to Windows. Nope. It'll get there eventually. There we go. Okay, you should be looking at my screen with Ultra Edit. And let's see here. I want to show if you're not familiar with Ultra Edit, when you first install it, you're going to see our welcome screen. Yeah, that's coming up there. And this is just to walk you through. You can select your theme, your layout, make some settings changes, just kind of get you familiar with the application. I know, when I get a new application, I usually don't really make changes or mess with it. I just kind of take the defaults most of the time. But especially with an editor, I do tend to make some change to the theme because I want to. If I'm staring at something for hours, I want it to be easy on my eyes. So we offer a range of themes. So if you're first trying out Ultra Edit, try some of these layouts, try some of these themes. Whether we've got a lot of dark themes; those seem to be popular. But we also have, and I'm going to bring up our. And close this. I'll bring up our command palette. There we go. And I'm going to look for themes. And our command palette basically gives you access to any commands within the application and all the features. You can pretty much get to anything in here from the command palette, including finding a theme you might want. Like, let's say you're, looking for a more classic Windows theme, you can jump straight to that. And something you're more familiar with, especially if you're one of our users that's actually come all the way back from Windows 3.1 and Windows 95, this should be familiar to you. You can, of course, access all this from our ribbon as well. And we've got a range. Let's say you want something that's a little more modern, or maybe something that's in between the light and dark themes. Or you can just go back to, like more of our default dark themes. I tend to go with the dark themes. It's just, My preference. It seems to be easier on my eyes. I don't know if it is, but it certainly feels that way. Let's see here. But if once you've established how you want the application to look and you're satisfied with that, there could be some aspect of it that maybe you're not, completely happy with. We do have a theme manager that if you want to go in and play around with or make some changes, you can go in here and make changes very easily. Like maybe you don't like this title bar, maybe the contrast is too much, you'd like to change that. You can just come in here for the title bar for these dockable panes, and you can click that, and let's make those darker. Like that, and like that. And you can make the change. And of course, you can do anything you want to with this. If you want to get crazy, maybe you want to get some color going on, you can do that too. Whatever your preference might be. I'm going to reset this when I'm done because it's going to throw me off if it's different. But you can make these changes, and of course, you can restore those at any time back to their defaults. So that's just giving you a view on some of the themes that you can set for Ultra Edit and the changes you can make while you're in there. If you made changes to the theme and you're happy with the changes, you want to be sure and save it. You can, of course, export the theme. You can save it out as a file. If I could type today, there we go. And then you've got that and saved. And you can transport that to other systems. If you got Ultra Edit installed on multiple systems, you've got that. And of course, you can do a lot more. You can go through and change the layout. We have layouts that include all the windows, fewer windows. The layout I'm using today is because I'm going to be using some or all of the features in this demo, so I've got it laid out the way I want it. But it's fully customizable. You can change the dockable windows, add them, remove them, hide them, strip everything down. And customize the application fully to however you would like it. That's one of the hallmarks of Ultra Edit is customizability. You want to be sure that you can do what you want to do with the application the way you want it, when you want it, whatever goes. Now I'm going to jump into some actual application capabilities. I'm going to go through that. I've got these numbered, make this easy for me here. And I'm going to go to our number one feature for our users is large file handling. And by large file, I mean something that is measured in many megabytes, gigabytes, even terabytes that we open and allow you to edit with minimal difficulty. A lot of editors, their support for large files has gotten better over the years, especially as memory sizes have gone up. But opening extremely large files, many editors, even some of the most popular editors in addition to Ultra Edit, will not be able to, they'll generate errors. They'll just simply refuse to open the file. Some will even crash. I'm not going to open the largest files that we can open today because I'm working in a constrained demo environment, but these are not small files I'm going to be opening. This one here is, as you can see, is a little over a gigabyte. So I'm just going to open that up, and it opens up very quickly. You can scroll up and down in the file without any performance issues. You can jump straight to the end of the file without any issues. There's no real, so we're moving through that gigabyte of data without any real problems at all. We do have some large file handling specific settings that you may want to look at. If you are opening large files, large data files, SQL files, EDI files, anything that's going to be measured in the hundreds of megabytes or even gigabytes. So let's look at those settings. You can set a threshold for when you want these settings changes to kick in. It's currently set to a fairly small level that makes it easier to demonstrate at around 50 megabytes or so. And basically what the settings do is they turn off features to make editing faster, more performant. But Generally, they're all on, meaning features are all on. These are all unchecked. And that's because UltraEdit performs really well with large files without turning these things off. But you may have specific files, specific data sets, specific types of data, or if the file is syntax highlighted or not syntax highlighted. And you may want to tweak this to improve performance in those special cases. And that's what this does. See, whenever I close this out, you're going to see that the line numbers will pop back in because I unchecked that box. So it applies to not just, this is just kind of like a raw data file. I've also got an SQL dump file here. Here's where the syntax highlighting kicks in. And if I was to go back to those settings, and you'll see that I am using our command palette as much as I can. That's because it's just really convenient. It's much easier to go there than have to wade through menus, toolbars, ribbon, dialogues. Just jump straight to what you want. If you know what you want, the command palette makes it very easy. In this case, I'm just going to turn off syntax highlighting because maybe syntax highlighting does have a higher drain on their performance than a lot of other features. So I might want to just selectively disable syntax highlighting for large files like that, but keep all the other features like the line numbers. So that's just one way that UltraEdit makes handling large files very easy to edit, to do whatever you need to do with the files. There is a caveat when handling large files, as you may have seen in those settings. One of the things we do to improve performance is we allow you to, I currently have it so that it's not disabling temporary files. That means it's having to make a copy of the file every time you open it. It creates a copy so that it can do its edits and you can actually have a save function. We actually allow you to turn off temporary files, which means when you open the file, you're actually editing the file on disk. So if you make an edit in the editor, you don't get to save it. It automatically is reflected in the file on disk. So that, of course, is a much riskier operation, but the performance is much greater. If you have a file measured in the mini gigabytes or even terabytes, trying to move that in and out of memory can be, quite time consuming. So if you turn off that temporary file handling, then you can edit the file directly on disk with the risks associated. Our undo functionality still works, but you will not have a save functionality. But a lot of our users, especially database users, use that ability to open enormous database dump files and make changes to them. So we try to offer the features that allow people to get their work done. And that's one of the things that allows people to do that as long as they accept the risks, associated. So let's see, one of the other features that a lot of our users and that we get a lot of feedback on, positive feedback on, is our remote file handling. And not too long ago, this would have just been labeled FTP handling, but it's now remote handling because we've added various cloud storage services to our support. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. See, it's still, in a lot of places, is still reflected as FTP. So I'm going to the FTP account manager. But in the FTP account manager, it's not limited to FTP accounts. You can see I've got FTP servers. I've also got a Google Drive server. And Google is not the only one we support. We support Google Drive, OneDrive, Amazon S3, Dropbox. And with these accounts, you can access, download files, upload files, make edits to those files, and so forth. The main reason we added this is even though you can mount these services on your local system, and many users do, I do myself. If you're like me, I have accounts with all of these services. I don't necessarily want all of them mounted on every system I use. I may only want them on one system, or this service on that system, and so forth. So having these cloud storage features in UltraEdit means that I can access all the services I have accounts with without having to mount them locally, and it just kind of makes it easier for me to manage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this and I'm going to bring up, we have FTP or remote file functionality. We have it in our File Explorer. We have it in our file, it's on our ribbon. Depends on whether you're in menus and toolbars, these things change. So but in our ribbon, we have open and save functionality on a per file basis there for remote files. And then we have our browser, which is a standalone window. which is something sort of weird. That's strange. I think this is because I'm running in multiple multiple windows in at the same time. So I'm trying to get back to that. Apologize. There we go. I think it's because I'm switching between, I've got multiple windowing systems running. I've got virtual machines, and I've got multiple sessions to multiple machines, and it seems to be causing a problem there. So in our FTP browser, you can go through and access these accounts. Right now, I was working with this before we started the webinar, and I'm accessing the Google Drive, and I've downloaded a folder which I'm going to use to demo a feature shortly. But you can see that I'm accessing the Google Drive here, and I've got lists of folders, and I've downloaded this folder. Maybe I need to download that folder. Let me look at this. There we go. I reset that. All right, so let's go ahead and download that. All right, and while that's doing that, because Google was before the demo started, I was trying to do this, and Google was being extremely slow. I don't know if I'm having a connection problem or what, but I'm there. See, this time goes right through. It just takes a few seconds, and I've downloaded the files I need for the demo we're about to do. So let's see. Now I'm going to jump over to. Let's see. I need that for the live preview, so I'm going to demonstrate FTP as well. So let's jump over to my FTP server. I just demonstrated the Google Drive, so let's look at an old FTP server. I'm going to connect to that, and I've got some files there that I'm going to want for a demo. And again, you can just access your FTP. You can download them. You can upload them, add, remove. This is actually the precursor to our Ultra FTP application. The code for this browser window, which is it's a standalone set of classes in Ultra Edit, was taken out of Ultra Edit and turned into a standalone application, and that's what became Ultra FTP. Ultra FTP, of course, is significantly more robust than this window is, but they share a lot of the same code. Just a little bit of trivia there. All right, so I've got that downloaded. So let's go ahead and close FTP. And let's come back to the files we have here, and we discussed. All right, so I needed the files that I put them in the wrong directory. That's right. For the interactive Find demo, I need the files from the remote file. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to jump over here to this folder that I just downloaded. And what I want to do is I want to do a find on that. And find capability, I mean, every editor has some type of find capability. Ultra Edit, as you can see from our find, replace, find and files, replace and files, we have an enormous number of options. Pretty much what you would expect, the full range of options you'd expect for find capabilities, regular expression support. We've got it in here. But one of the features I want to highlight is our interactive results feature that we added. It was a few versions ago. But I find this extremely useful when I'm looking for something. Like in this case, I have downloaded a folder with a set of source code. This is actually one of our tools that we use, our Easy Access Manager tool, which is used for our all access license users. And I'm familiar with that code. I actually wrote that tool, so I'm actually familiar with it. But I'm using the interactive results feature here. I'm going to do a search for a class name in that code.
Hey, Bradley.
Yes.
In a moment, is there a chance you could just zoom up the resolution or maybe change to a lighter theme? Because it's a little bit difficult to read because you've got like a supercharged Mac or something, haven't you?
All right. Well, you mean you want to make everything bigger?
Yeah, embiggen it, I think is the word.
I can probably switch something that's a little brighter as far as the theme, making it larger. I'm scared of what that might do since I'm juggling different machines and different displays.
Yeah, I gotcha. I wouldn't zoom the desktop, but maybe just choose a light theme.
Is that a little more?
There you go. It's a bit clearer now. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's a little better. Picking my least favorite theme, but if it makes it so you guys can see it, that's great. All right, so we were doing a find. Let me switch back to that. All right. So we're doing an interactive find on that folder that I just downloaded. Let's go ahead and do that find. We're looking for a class that's in the source code. All right, and this is our interactive results window. Basically, it's gone through this folder over here, through all these files, and it has found every instance of the class I look for, the action thread class, and it's collected them, all the files. You can see the file names as I'm scrolling through here. It lists the file names, and then it lists where it was found in those file names. And this isn't just a report. This is an interactive editing session. So, for instance, I could go here, and I could comment out that reference to the header for that class if I wanted to. And then I could save that, and now that's saved. And then I could jump down to a completely different file. And maybe I want to just, add a comment here. Just as an example. And it's a completely separate file. And I could save that, and now that's saved. And I can do that through all the files where this is found. And if you've done find with Ultra Edit or other tools, and you get a whole list of files, and you have to sift through the files and open them one by one, or open them all at the same time, which Ultra Edit will let you do all of the above. This is still, for me, a lot easier because I can do a single search. I get all of the results in a single window. I can edit the files interactively. And it means I don't have to jump back and forth and juggle multiple files. And I can also, if I'm concerned about context, like it's found certain instances of what I was searching for, I can expand the context, get more data, collapse it, so that you can see as much of the file, of the individual files as you need, and edit those sections without having to open all these separate files to make that work. So. Anyway, if you use Ultra Edit, I hope that you will explore Interactive Find. And if you haven't used Ultra Edit, I hope you try it out just to check out Interactive Find. It's something I like to use and something I find extremely useful and efficient. So let's see. Next thing on my list is column mode. Our column mode, or you probably know as block mode. Other editors, it's referred to as block mode, I think. I'm going to do. This is something I actually do, and there's multiple ways you could achieve this, but this is one of the things I do when I'm searching through. We have some CSV reports that get generated. This is a CSV file with a report from one of our tracking systems, and I want to take out a specific field from this, and I just want to copy it out, turn it into a list of text, and use it. But as a CSV file, that's not so easy to do. So I'm going to use... Again, I'm going to jump back to my command palette, and I'm going to look for one of our CSV tools, and I'm going to convert a CSV to fixed width. I'm going to scan the file. That gives me the dimensions, the maximum dimensions for each field, and then I'm going to convert it to a fixed width field. There we go. So I want to grab this second field, and what I'm going to do is I use this, and this is under our column tools or block tools. We call them column. Others, like I said, they call them block. And that's because I'm going to select this as a block, like that, and copy it. And then I'm just going to open a new file. And then I want to preface this with something for each line. And then I would go on to make other edits as I was working on this report from this data. So just block mode, just showing how column mode is extremely useful to sort through data. You can do operations on data to make it more manageable, then move it to another form, in this case another text file, and then make additional edits. And we have more than one. Let me jump around here to... Here we go. In our column mode, we have additional commands you can do. Once you have column mode selections, we have our actual column mode. What I was doing there was using the Shift Alt. You can click anywhere, whether you're in column mode or not, and you Shift Alt to make a block selection or column selection, and then do whatever you want to with it. But if you wanted to work in the file always in column mode, that means any selection is always a block. You can just switch to our full column mode. So, and then of course you can do different operations like doing inserts and doing clipboard operations, doing justification operations to change the formatting of the columns. And then we have some of the things I was using, like our CSV convert is under that because it converts from CSV to fixed width and fixed width back to CSV. So just again, different things you can do with our column mode. This is because of I'm editing files, editing reports, editing documents. Column mode comes in handy a lot for me. So, and I know we have a lot of users that take advantage of it. So again, another really, I think it's a cool feature. I mean, it's not like we're the only one doing it, but it is a cool feature. I really like using it. And while I'm here, kind of in the same way of editing, we're going to jump over to multi-caret. This one, let's see, let's turn off that. I've got a file, like I said, I'm in the middle of editing this, and I want to make some selective edits, but I've got, maybe I want to, like this item and this one and this one and this one and this one. And I just want to put in a little note. If I can type. There. And I can selectively edit on multiple lines simultaneously with our multi-caret feature. And for this, you just start clicking. You just hold down the control key and you can add editing carets wherever you want them. And then you can just type and enter the same data at all those arbitrary lines. So multi-caret, again, it's a convenience feature. You could accomplish the same operation, perhaps with some search operations. You could achieve it with just editing all the lines individually, but being able to insert those multiple carets in each of those positions and make those edits, it's just handy, and I like it. All right, so we covered the editing, we covered that. And it looks like I'm starting to run out of time because I know Ian had some stuff he wanted to talk about, and we do want to take some questions. So let's get to my last feature here. Let me clean some of this up so I don't get any. All right, there we go. All right, so we downloaded this set of files back when we were doing the remote files, and this is just an HTML file. This is actually a document for our pre-release for our Ultra and UV Studio pre-release for 2024.1. And we were just working on this. So what I'm going to do is look at our live preview. And the live preview lets us, exactly what it says, letting us preview the content for the HTML file as we're working with it. I can make changes over here. Whatever I do over here is going to be reflected over there. So if I wanted to, for instance, this was not going to be a UV Studio release for some reason, it was just going to be Ultra Edit. Of course, it helps if I'm editing the right actual text. There we go. Yeah, like that. So I can make the preview. It shows up there. In addition to the live preview, you can actually grab pieces or even the whole thing if you'd like. Let's say you were making some edits and you wanted to send it to someone and get some feedback on it. You could just right-click and say you wanted a screenshot, just like you were it's no different than if you were in your browser, which you can do the same capabilities here. You can do in Ultra Edit and just copy it, and then you could. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. And I am just clicking all over the place. All right. There we go. I'll get to the right place. And then, of course, you could just, like I've already done here in this email, you could take that content and add it and paste it and do something with it. So okay. This makes it easy to work with your content. And in addition to HTML files, you can also open Markdown files if you work with Markdown files. And the same live preview applies to the Markdown files. And we see, here we go. And we have, if for instance you needed a different orientation, we have more than one orientation for the live preview. If you prefer the horizontal to be able to get the full width of your file, you can do vertical or horizontal. And again, it gives you the render for your markdown. And the same thing applies since this is a browser. If you've got a section of this and you say, hey, I want to take a screenshot of this, you can do the same thing. You just make a selection, hit copy, and you've got that as an image. So live preview is extremely useful when you're pulling a file down. You need to make a single edit or something, and you want to just take a look at it real quick. I use it all the time to proof things. Just outside of other editors, just quick proof. Look at it. Oh, okay, that looks great.
Okay, well, I'll jump in now as well, and we'll have both of us. How's that?
Yeah, well, you can jump right in and say whatever you want to say. I covered all the features I was going to cover.
There you go. The benefits of live. Well, I've put us side by side at the moment. Can you actually see our preview screen? I think you can, because I know you've got like umpteen things going on. Right. So what I want to do is share my screen for a moment and just talk about Ultra Edit from my perspective as well, because I kind of approach it from the perspective of a Delphi developer and also a DBA, because I do a lot of database handling. We have actually got a question from the audience as well, which I'm going to put up. We've got for those that don't know, I'm going to, guys, in the background, Troy and Johnny are joining us as well. Guys, your microphones are live if you want to talk at all. But we've got a question here from Adel, which I'll put on the screen, in which he said, is it possible to do some aggregate on CSV files? Is that something that can be done? And I think he means like take 3 CSV files and combine them into one file inside the editor. I actually don't know the answer to this.
We actually have, let's see. Nope, that's not it. The answer is yes. Obviously, you could write a script to do it. We also have an insert file feature, which I have to, we have an insert file feature. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, you can insert a file. You can insert multiple files. So you can use that to, to concatenate or aggregate files. And of course, you could use a macro or script to do the same thing.
Troy says go to the edit tab, and it can be done on there as well.
So that there are, as with a lot of things, there are multiple avenues to get there.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think so. So the answer is that there's different ways to do it, Adel, and it depends on what you want to do. If I just share my screen for a second, I'm not quite sure what will happen if you're sharing as well. I think it will work, but let's just see, shall we? Share. Whee! There you go. I steal your screen and you become minimized. How cool is that? So let me. We had some technical issues before we started, everyone, and so I would turn off Bradley's screen whilst I'm sharing, but if I do that, then we may well lose his audio as well. So this is actually my personal copy of Ultra Edit. I have to confess, I mean, obviously is working for one of the sister companies, and I get some benefits and get this complimentary to them. But despite the fact that I get this copy effectively for free, I use it actually to do all sorts of things. This is a Delphi program. Not sure if it's mine. It doesn't look like mine, but as you can see, it's got syntax highlighting for Delphi or Pascal, depending on whichever way you look at it. But it also does some other things as well, which is you've got syntax highlighting for SQL. Now, if any of you do database management, and I'm sure some of you who are on this call, what are we going to call it? Yes, session. Well, on this webinar session, some of you probably do handle SQL files. This is the kind of thing that you'll get. So first of all, this is a MySQL database. It's 5.6, so it's a really old one. I chose one that was safe, if you see what I mean. I didn't want anybody's live data being shared out to the world. But what you can see here is a script that's created by MySQL dump. Now, it could be anything. It could be SQL Server output. It could be Interbase. It could be Postgres. But it's a script, a SQL script. Now, this one's quite small, but as Bradley did mention, the one really cool thing, if you were to pick one of the cool features, and I'm going to show you some others, but if you were to pick one of the cool features of Ultra Edit, it is how rock hard, how solid and cool it is at handling very, very big files. Now, I deal sometimes with SQL files, SQL files that are gigabytes long. And they're bad enough to try and copy around. I have a very fast fiber connection, so I can copy the file around. But once you've got that file, editing it, if you haven't got Ultra Edit, is tough, you know, because you'll find that most of the other tools that are not Ultra Edit, so similar tools, but not necessarily the same thing, will choke to death on these files. If you give them a 2 GB file, go away, go and make a sandwich and have a cup of tea. Or coffee or whatever it is that you drink, orange juice, and come back and maybe it'll open it or maybe it'll just die. Ultra Edit doesn't do that. This is my workhorse in my actual development work. If I have a file that I'm going to open that is huge, it could be CSV. It also handles XML and SQL and lots of other file formats. That's what Ultra Edit does, and it is awesome. I'm not just saying this because I work for an Idea company. I've told Ben, who is, he calls himself Chief of Staff, if I remember, which always makes me laugh. It sounds like we're going to attack someone, but I've told Ben and I've told Bradley as well, this is, if you're going to pick a killer function, this is probably the one killer function that you can definitely make use of. And I can't really say enough good things about it. The other thing as well is that I like things like this. It's got this nice, preview. What would you call this? Thumbnail view or something like that. I forget what we call it in Rad Studio, but bird's eye overview. So you can quickly go to parts of very big files, which is
we call it our document map.
Document map. That's right. Yeah, actually, I think that's what it's called in Rad Studio as well. So it's a document map. You can enable this in other editors as well, but they're a bit clunky. But this one, yeah, it's super responsive on big files. There's an Explorer down there. As Bradley said, the thing about Ultra Edit is the customizability of it. I happen to have it set up this way because someone in the chat said, I'm having trouble seeing it, okay, because it is in dark mode. The reason that I use dark mode is I have very poor eyesight. I'm not blind, but I have a very strong prescription. One of the side effects of that is floaters in my eyes, and they don't really bother me day in, day out because I mitigate them by using things like dark mode in Ultra Edit and Rad Studio. And for me, if I have a light mode, and I can turn that on the way I turn the ribbon off, I have to say, because I don't really like the ribbon very much because I'm old and past it. But if I turn in light mode, right now I can now see the floaters in my eyes. Okay, and they're like, you know what I mean by these floaters, these kind of little wispy things that drift in and out, and I have them quite badly. Don't worry, I get checked up. They're all fine, completely harmless, and you can have an operation to remove them. But light mode for me is a problem. Okay, so I prefer dark mode. But as Nigel said when he saw my thing, that's much clearer. And that's the thing about this is that I'm just going to pick the thing that I just had, which was, come on, thing. Don't tell me. I know what it was. Slate. That's it. For me, this is the mode that works nicely. I quite often use things like Dracula, which is a very popular theme if people don't know. But this is kind of cool. It does other things as well. Like, for example, and this, we haven't really given Bradley enough time to go through it. But there are things like file encryption. So I think there's advanced and then encryption. So from your text editor, you can encrypt and decrypt files inside the editor. So you've got Explore along here. Bradley showed the preview, but you can do weird, wild things like, oh, you've got a file that's encrypted. You can decrypt or encrypt it, and you know, it's pretty cool stuff. I personally am a fan. I know, you know, people might say, well, you know, you're kind of paid to be a spokesperson and therefore you're going to do it, but I disagree. I like the product because I think the product's cool, you know, and I think it's got many good features. So Nigel says, I can work with what you have now. And also Patrick says, it depends on the dark mode. Some have good contrast and some don't. Look, if you don't like a theme that we've put up, then you can customize it. That's right, isn't it, Bradley and Troy and the others? You can customize like every element of the theme, can't you?
Yeah, that was well. I mean, I didn't spend much time on it, but the almost everything that's visual you can change the color or the font or or something. And if you can't change it, there's probably a request for us to change it, and we probably will at some point. So
yeah. And in fact, we're going to lead on to that in a second. We're going to start the next session a bit late because I want to keep talking. So, one question that I have that I don't know the answer to this, and I should do, which is you showed live preview for HTML, which is very cool. Does it do that for Markdown as well, or is that not something you've got yet?
Yeah, I did I did a Markdown file briefly, but it does do Markdown. I mean, live preview is something we're working on, and we do plan to expand and do more with it. But it just, you know, it like with many features, it's a process. We'll add more to it as we can.
Yeah, okay. Because one thing about getting, I mean, there are some Markdown editors out there that are very good. I follow a guy called Deva's Life, I think it is. It was a YouTube streamer, Japanese guy, and he has a Ink Drop, which is a very good specialized Markdown editor. But actually, Ultra Edit does everything. Yeah, I mean, Ultra Editor, you know, it's in the name, everybody. But I know I sound a bit like a fanboy here, but that's because I am. You know, I do like this product. I think it's a great product. I think that we don't make enough of it, and that's something that's changing. We actually had some MVPs ask specifically for copies of it to use it in their demos, and in fact, there's going to be one later on today where I know someone uses Ultra Edit to demo something. But it does work on Windows, Mac, and Linux. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. See,
I do have to say that just because, you know, we want to be sure people understand the Windows, Mac, and Linux versions there are differences. The Windows version has a lot of features the Mac and Linux version does not have yet. It's the Mac and Linux is a work in progress because there are so many features on the Windows side that they don't. It takes a lot of development time to get all those features into all three. But
this is the problem, you see, and that's the thing. That's why I say to people, use Delphi for development. It's a lot easier. But you have some special use cases, I'm sure. But a couple of questions. First of all, Pete Rios is a fan and said, you guys did provide choices for configuring. Thanks. Yeah, as you said, it's kind of like the big thing about Ultra Edit as well is you can shape this to be what you want it to be. You want it to be some kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, like Zen mode where half the stuff is turned off and you're just focusing on the editing. You can do that. If you don't like the ribbon, and I don't like ribbons in general, then you can turn the ribbon off and go back to a traditional menu. If you want to get to a command quickly, Control, Shift, and P, up pops the palette, and you can get to the commands directly. I can't say enough good things about this. There was another question as well, which I'll let Troy and Johnny answer, and maybe yourself as well, which is what's the encryption between the editor and the FTP to server? What does it support any encryption to the FTP at all?
I mean, it supports FTP, FTPS, SFTP, so it supports all the standard FTP-like protocols. So if there's, you know,
Is it possible to use SSH as well? I think the answer is yes.
We do have an SSH terminal. Well, we do have an SSH terminal. This is actually the PowerShell terminal, but they use the same underlying. And so we have an SSH account manager, and you can create account. It supports Telnet too, so you can do Telnet and SSH through a console that looks like that.
So if you're a Unix guy with a beard down to your waist, or even a Unix woman with a beard down to your waist, I don't know. I mean, I get the impression most Unix people have got long beards. So I should disclaimer that I did start out as a Unix expert years ago. That's kind of the industry I got into. It was all Unix back in those days, and my beard's all short. But yeah, if you're into Unix and Linux and stuff like that, you can even edit files on Telnet. I mean, what is there this editor doesn't do? There are some things. And that's actually one of the questions as well. I'm going to run over time a little bit, which is fine. You did mention when we were talking off camera before we started, there's some stuff that you're kind of planning that you can say you hope to put in. Do you want to talk about that for a moment and kind of raise some of the things that you say, hey, we've got these ideas. We can't guarantee they're going to make it in, but here's what we're thinking about.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, unless you've been asleep under a rock for the last 2 years, you know that the AI has been, in the industry and not so industry news for that entire time. And UltraEdit is we are going to be adding some capabilities there. At the moment, I can't get really detailed in that, but I would expect more announcements this year, and so be on the lookout for some news related to AI and UltraEdit.
Ooh, you said the AI word.
Our goal though is I can say this much is that if you hate AI and you absolutely can't have it in your product in your work environment, then don't worry, because it will be trivial or even less than trivial to just not include it with UltraEdit. So it's not like we're not shoehorning something in that you're going to be forced to use, or that you have to try to ignore. No, it'll be completely removable or not even there at all unless you choose to include it. Because we've actually already gotten some questions from users on that, and we've already told them what I just said, which is no, UltraEdit is not going to try to force something on you. So.
Yeah.
But we also don't want to ignore those users that are looking for these features.
Yeah, and in fact, I've been involved in discussions with some of the UltraEdit team, and Ben, and I think yourself as well, and a few others, because we feel the same way. We, Embarcadero, we don't want to put in an AI solution that then gives everybody in the world code for free. Takes your code and trains everybody else how to be you. There are certain types of information you don't want a public AI to consume, for example. So, it's one of the things that Idera thinks that AI is important. I think we all do. I think we realize it's, the last couple of years have been a real change in the way people view AI. It went from being, interesting to, wow, it's here and it's probably not going away. And choosing the right option is the important thing. There was another comment from Ali, who has got a session a little bit later, and he is one of the fans. I think Ben and I arranged a license for him because he needed to do something in Linux. And that is, UltraEdit is undoubtedly the most exceptional text editing tool ever created. Okay, well, I don't know because I haven't used them all, but it's pretty cool. It is the ultimate solution for handling extremely large files. Yeah.
I will take that. I will absolutely take that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 100%. And I haven't, coerced him into saying that he's said that unprompted. So it's good to know. Okay, well, we're running a little bit late. The next session is quite a long one as well. Is there anything that Troy, Johnny, or yourself have not mentioned yet that you'd like to mention?
I would say that there's plenty, but just real short is that thanks everyone for coming and watching this and participating. And if there's anything that we support, is one of the things that we highly value with UltraEdit. We think that we offer a great support solution for our users. And if there's anything that you need, if you're an UltraEdit user, if you need it, send us an email. We will respond to you. We try to respond same day. In fact, we try to respond within minutes or hours. But if you have suggestions, if you have critiques, we acknowledge we aren't perfect. We know we aren't perfect, but we try to do our best. So if you've got something you'd like to tell us, please tell us.
Yeah, and if you want to know more about UltraEdit, go to that QR code. If you scan it with your device, it'll take you directly to the UltraEdit website. If not, Patrick, who is always ever present in our chat and has absolutely no life except to be my personal concierge on the chats, apparently, but I'm pleased about it. There's the URL down there as well. You know, there's a lot of love from many people in Embarcadero for UltraEdit. I know we're sister companies, but, you know, I could just go on here and just go, yeah, it's great. Thanks for the demo, Bradley. Bye. And that would be it. But I want to make it clear. This is me personally speaking. I use UltraEdit. I use it for real. I always say to people, my job is developer advocate, but I am a proper developer. I get up every day and I write code for real. And I do things for real with big cloud systems and, you know, very huge multi-gigabyte databases and stuff like that. And UltraEdit is the tool for editing files like that. And I am not an expert in UltraEdit, but I'm going to get better because you know, it's the same tool. I'm going to use it on Mac. I can use it on Linux, and I can use it on Windows because those are the systems I end up using. I'm mostly on Windows because that's how it works out. But great tool, and the guys at UltraEdit are very responsive, and they get it. You know, they understand that, you know, if something's wrong or there's a new feature to add, they want to remain competitive. So, you know, what can you say? It's a win-win for everybody. Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Bradley.
Thank you.
And we will probably do another session another time. And also thanks to, in the background, Johnny Pickle and Troy Pennington, who also joined in and were just forced to listen to Bradley and I talk. But thanks a lot. All right. I'm going to go to the next session now. And that is going to be, I'll just clear a few things down. Martha, I'll do that. Let me pull up this caption. Thanks to the UltraEdit guys. Now, let me see. Do we have a session for it? Yes, we do. Okay, so the next session is an absolutely fascinating one. It's by Dr. Kevin Bond. He's Brit, like myself, so you can hear a lot of British accents going on. But it's all about functional programming. If you don't know what it is, and lots of developers don't, I wouldn't say it's a new technique. I just say that it's a different way of thinking about software development and how you write code. And there are good reasons for it, which I'm sure Kevin will go into. It's a fairly long presentation. It's 90 minutes long. And Kevin then will be joining us afterwards for a live Q&A. And we're doing pretty well. We're only running sort of 5 minutes late. But this is Functional Programming by Dr. Kevin Bond, and a live Q&A afterwards soon. See you later.
Hi, I'm Kevin Bond. Welcome to my talk, Delphi and Functional Programming using Anonymous Methods. I'll begin with a little background, and then I will go on to explain some concepts: function, function type, function application, partial function application, function composition, lambda calculus, and anonymous functions, first-class objects, higher-order functions, map, reduce, filter, and closure, via some demonstrations in Haskell and also in Delphi. I will look under the hood at how Delphi implements anonymous methods using the RTTI, in other words, engaging in reflective programming. I'm going to demonstrate how anonymous functions are very effective in parallel programming in enabling the execution to be sped up enormously compared with a single-threaded application. and I'm going to demonstrate callbacks in asynchronous programming, in Delphi and Cortex Pascal. Okay, the Delphi and Cortex Pascal programs covered in this talk will be anonymous functions and function application. And if there's time, I will look at event handling. Oh dear, I spelt anonymous method incorrectly, but never mind. It's just instinctive to add the E to mouse. Okay, where does it all start? This is the background. I went to a rebooting computing conference in 2009. It was held in Mountain View, California, addressing the issue, the falling numbers being recruited to computer science courses in higher education, and also the dropout rate from HE courses in computer science. And it really was attributed to the lack of opportunities for self-directed learning in programming and computer science outside of the school environment, and also the school curricula, which had this emphasis on IT, essentially teaching not much more than Microsoft Office programs, and so there was a need to think about how could we tackle this. I talked to Professor Quinton Cutts while I was in California. He's a professor in computer science education at Glasgow University in Scotland, and I don't know how the conversation got on to functional programming, but it did. And I thought, actually, if we get a chance to rejig our syllabus, then I would like to include some functional programming, because other conversations I've had at other conferences were suggesting that this would be a good thing, and it would also give students an experience of what type of computing they would engage with when they went on to higher education on computer science degree courses. So I did manage to incorporate this into the A-level computer science syllabus, and there is a section called Fundamentals of Functional Programming Paradigm, and we'll just have a quick look at that content. I won't spend too much time on it, but basically there were several strands to the strategy that evolved not only from this conference but also from what was taking place in the UK. I've been contacted by Professor Keith Mander, who was head of the computer science department at York University back in the early 2000s, worried about the recruitment crisis, and he wanted to pick my brains. Lots of other people were engaged in this, so the feeling was that computer science courses had healthy numbers in the days when there was a BBC microcomputer, the ZX Spectrum and ZX81, when students had a chance for self-directed learning outside of school, because they had a very cheap computer system that they could engage with, and that had disappeared. So the Raspberry Pi single board computer project was born out of this. The computer science, the Computing at School organisation that began in the UK in, I don't know, 2006, something like that, which I was a founding member, brought about a change in the national curriculum by lobbying the government. So we have more computer science programming in our compulsory curriculum with a 5 to 16 curriculum. But there are also lots of other initiatives taking place. Universities, other organisations were engaging in trying to create opportunities for students to engage in programming activities, computer science activities. Professor Tim Bell, University of Canterbury, New Zealand, brought out CS Unplugged, sponsored by Google, which was computer science unplugged from the computer. Professor Paul Curzon, Queen Mary University, London, has been funding and delivering a magazine to schools called CS for Fun. It's sort of a very engaging website to try and get engagement. He ran a series of events for schools over 3 or 4 years, with a colleague, which is basically basing teaching computer science on magic, which was very engaging. So lots of initiatives. So finally we got what we wanted. So I added to our syllabus fundamentals of functional programming. So the function type. Know that a function f has a function type where the type is a maps to b. A is the argument type, b is the result type, a is called the domain, and b is called the code domain. So loosely speaking, a function is a rule that for each element in some set A of inputs decides an output chosen from set B without necessarily using every member of B, for example. And then the idea that functions can be first-class citizens or objects, so they can appear in expressions, be assigned to variable, be assigned as arguments, be returned in function calls. That's quite important because we can call a function which actually returns a function. So we have an opportunity to create a partial application of a function, which is quite a powerful idea. So the idea that when you apply a function, we have a function and its application to an argument is called function application. For example, also functions have type, so we might have a function which combines two inputs in a combination known as Cartesian product set, or Cartesian product rather, and it returns an integer. So the idea of specifying the type of the input and type of the output in this particular form has its origins in lambda calculus, which I will cover as well. Partial function application I've mentioned, where you have a two-input function which returns an integer, but if you only supply one integer input, what is actually returned is a partial function which maps an integer to an integer. So we can drop the brackets. So I mean, this is rather strange at first when you think that, but you just write integer forward arrow integer forward integer for the total function. Composition of functions, which basically means the output of a function becomes the input to another function, which is quite a powerful idea. So if we had a function f of x equals x plus 2, and we supplied the output of that to a function which basically cubes its input, then we'd end up with a composition which was x plus 2 cubed. So writing functional programming programs, centers, we call them centers, the schools, colleges or whatever, have a choice from functional programming language. Haskell was the one most centers chose, but they could also do their functional programming in any one of these multi-paradigm languages, Python through to VB.NET or Delphi and Delphi XE version onwards, when Delphi anonymous functions were introduced into Delphi 2009. We have higher order functions. Functions higher order if it takes a function as an argument or returns a function as a result, or does both. So we have map, filter, reduce, or fold. And list processing as well. So that represents the empty list. This is a list in Haskell, and I will demonstrate some Haskell programs shortly. Okay, so back to the presentation. So coming back to the UK, I working with the lobby group competing school organisation. We got the national curriculum change. We also managed to introduce a GCSE, which is a 14 to 16 studied course in computer science, which was a first, and then for our 16 to 18 qualification advanced level, we were able to get rid of the subject criteria which we shared with our ITA level. So we had a very specialist subject criteria, a computer science subject criteria, which we had to meet and cover in our revised syllabus, which we did, which we have done. Okay, just mentioned I wrote a couple of books to support this course, so apologies for the unashamed plug. All roads lead to Delphi. I've been a supporter of Delphi for a very, very long time. I cut my teeth a very, very, very long time ago on Fortran and then BCPL, PDB11 basic, etc., etc. But I started programming in Pascal when I left industry, set up a computer science department, and started teaching A-level computer science to 16 to 18-year-olds, and a school founded in 1598 with some very, very exceptionally bright students. And I taught Pascal and then Object Pascal when it came along, and then jumped at Delphi 1.0 to do events driven programming with graphical user interfaces. But I'm trying to think of a strategy to get Delphi back into schools in a major way, and back into the hobbyist, etc., the self-directed learner. So I came across PascalABC.net a long time ago. It was developed a collaboration between Russian and German universities to produce something for schools. It's used in Russian schools and quite a few German schools. And I think this is a good way in. It's .NET based, it's event-driven, form-driven, Object Pascal, but it also supports functional programming, because it implements LINQ under the via .NET. So I could create a function. This is a 2-input function. Both inputs are of type integer, and the output is integer. So the style is to write first input, second input, and then the output. If you can imagine, if I put a bracket here and a bracket there, if I supplied one input, what would be returned would be a function of a single input. In other words, it would be a partial function. So then I thought, well, a long time ago in 2009, what would be a good way to introduce object-oriented programming based on Object Pascal? And I tasked a student of mine with a project. They have to do a project for their A-level, and they do it over a very long period of time. Very bright student, and I had a conversation at that rebooting. No, it wasn't. I can't remember now. Talked to Michael Colin, who's the creator of Greenfoot, which is very, very similar, but it's based on Java. And I floated the idea that I'd like to do something in Delphi along similar lines. So fine, go ahead. But he said the critical path is not this IDE, but the infrastructure surrounding it. And the key to this is a sharing environment, i.e. a website where students can upload their work to showcase it and share what they've done with other students. And I realized, yes, that is a very, very important part to this. So I was looking around for a way of converting Object Pascal programs into JavaScript, so they could run in a web browser. And I came across Cortex Pascal, which is under development, only available to backers, but version 1.1 will be out in a few months, and it will be free to education. And what I've done is I took a Delphi FMX application, which if I can, maybe I'll come back to this, but I've actually got it. Yeah, here it is. If I just bring up my mobile phone, which I created for my Samsung S8 Plus mobile phone, and so this is running on my phone. I'm just showing the phone screen, because if I were to go to something else, I mean, I could go and have a look at what else could I have a look at? I could look at my timer. So this is the timer running. Sorry, that was an earlier run, so that's not the current timing of this recording. Okay, so I thought, okay, take this and just put it through Cortex Pascal so I can run on the web. And I'll demonstrate this later on, because it is an application of anonymous functions in a callback. And then of course, education is now getting into using generative AI. The Raspberry Pi Foundation, which has got a solid, it's on a solid financial footing now, because the Raspberry Pi was subject of an IPO recently, which raised about 160 million. So that's gone to this Raspberry Pi Foundation to support education. It was being supported by revenue from the sales of the Raspberry Pi. I think about 60 million have been sold now. And they've produced some teaching materials for generative AI. And I want to explore, or a lot of people are exploring Delphi and generative AI, but from the point of view of education, because I think that's also a way that we could get Delphi back into prominence in schools. And so I'm going to come back to this. So, and then of course I produced a book to support teachers and students and hobbyists and so on, and anybody wanting to learn Delphi, because I think very, very important that there's a readily accessible textbook if people wanted to engage with Delphi and start going and go from the basics up to some support. You can go to that link there. Actually, this was created in Cortex Pascal, and I've got 8 videos on anonymous methods. 5, 6, and 7 cover higher order functions, map, filter, and reduce. Part 8 covers closure. Okay, the functional programming paradigm. Anonymous methods originate with lambda calculus, which belongs to the functional programming paradigm. So explicitly created to support a pure functional approach to problem solving. Functional means overall style of the language is organized primarily around expressions and functions rather than statements and subroutines. So this is a declarative style of programming. The brain to code distance is shortened by being high level, so it's well above the von Neumann architecture, which is statements and subroutines orientated. So the primary unit of modularity in functional programming is the function, whereas in object-oriented programming, the primary unit of modularity is the class. So functional programming means building programs from pure side effect-free functions, but there's the conundrum, because any application worth its salt has to interact with the outside world. So you're going to end up with impure functions. But the way that it's done in functional programming is to isolate the impure functions in something called actions or monads, and then never ever allow a pure function to call an impure function, but always do it the other way around. Impure functions call pure functions. And because the impure functions are isolated, that aspect, which is the dangerous part, as it were, can be dealt with effectively. So structuring programs from function composition and using recursion instead of loops, writing pure functions at the result of a function is fully determined once its parameters have been fixed. So if I say square 2, I should never be surprised by getting an answer which isn't 4. That's what is meant by a pure function. Side effect free functions. I haven't changed or altered any part of memory by updating a variable, because in functional programming, pure functional programming, variables are immutable because they're not variables. If you can't use an assignment statement, they don't exist except with regard to I/O in functional programming language, because you cannot say x becomes equal to x plus 1, i.e. you can't update a variable. If you want to work with a new value, you have to take a copy of that variable, do something with it, and identify it with a new I keep saying variable, they're not variables. I'll think of a better term in a minute. So you avoid side effects, doing literally nothing except evaluating the result. You impose immutability, the ability to change the value of a variable, the inability. And some functional programming languages allow lazy evaluation, which means you can deal with infinite lists. And I'll demonstrate this in Haskell, which is one of the languages which does. Haskell is a pure functional programming language. It is the standard because variations on a theme proliferated in the functional programming world until about, I can't remember, it was 1998. And it was decided to organize a conference to decide on a standard, and the standard which emerged became the Haskell programming language. isolate those parts of the program that interact with the world and use actions or monos to enable imperative style programming in pure function. So, okay, let's get on to the meat of this talk. Lambda calculus and anonymous functions. Anonymous functions originate in the work of Alonzo Church in his invention of the lambda calculus in 1936, in which all functions are anonymous. This work ran parallel to Turing machines, which Alan Turing was working on at the time, and they are both different takes of the same thing, basically, or different takes on the same thing. Sorry, let's get going. Okay, so this is an anonymous function. Okay, the lambda symbol here means what follows is a function, and the function type is here. It says it takes one input called x, and what it does is it returns x times x. So this is a function without an identifier. So it's not bound to an identifier. In Haskell, which I'm about to demonstrate, it will be written like that. Okay, and when we want to apply that function to a specific value of x, this is called function application, we surround the anonymous function with brackets and follow it with the actual value that we want to apply this function to. Now, you could go to Replit online, and they've recently updated it. And to be honest, I'm more familiar with the installed Glasgow Haskell compiler interactive system, which is what I'm going to use for my demonstrations. So lambda expressions is as a name x or a function at or a function application are really just anonymous functions in a concise form. So a lambda calculus is a system for manipulating lambda expressions. Okay, so I want to go to this and also, oh golly, wait a minute, I think I'm going to come out of this just for the moment because I want to go into two things at once. No, I don't want that. I want this. So I don't want that, but I do want my prompt sheet. So I'm going to launch the Glasgow Haskell compiler interactive system, which I've already installed on my machine. So I just type GHCI, and now I'm in. So if I wanted to run this Haskell function application, I'll paste that in, and we get 36, which is what we expect. Now, to demonstrate partial function application, what I need, before I do that, let's make let's demonstrate a two-input function. Now, if you like, I'm going to break it down into this function, which is an anonymous function with a single input y, and what it does, it calculates x plus y. But I haven't supplied x yet, so I'm going to say that this is a partial function application, because if I create a function which supplies a single x, and it returns, because what's on the right side of this arrow returns is a function where I've supplied a value for x, so all I'm left with is the need to supply a value for y. So I'm sorry it sounds a bit convoluted, but I have a couple of graphics later on to make this hopefully clearer. So I supply argument with value 1, which will be bound to this value x here, so it will go into here as 1. So all I need to do now is apply a value for y, which is the second argument. So we expect 1 to be added to 5, and we get 6. I could have actually written this a slightly different way, maybe a little bit clearer. I could have said x, y, that's 2 inputs, goes to x plus y, and then I write, to make this a functional application, I close the bracket, 1 plus 5, and we get the same result. This is slightly different because this actually returns a partial function, one that's still lacking something. Okay, so I'm going to, this is equality. So this says I could either use this or I could use this once this statement has been accepted into the system. So let's try this. Okay, so I've actually created something called add n, which, well, it's similar to this, so it requires 2 inputs. Stupid me. What I should have done is I should have said, let's make a partial function called add1, which will be add n1. Okay, good. So now I require one more argument to complete the function application. So add 1, 2 gives me 3. Okay, so that's because we have a function in which the n has been replaced by 1. So now when I supply the argument 2, 1 will be added to 2 every time. Okay, so it can get a bit more complicated if I have a 3 input function. The first argument 1 replaces x, and what is returned is this, with x being 1. The second argument replaces y, and what is returned is this, with x1 and y5. And then finally I supply 3 for z, and z is replaced, so this becomes 1 plus 5 is 6 plus 3, which is 9, which is what it is. Okay, function composition. So what have I got here? So I'm looking at this one. Yep, got my head around this. So if I do this, okay, what have we got here? We have got a single argument function which squares its input, and this is the function application because this is applied to 4, which should give us 16. So 16 now becomes the input to this function, so replaces x. So 16 has 1 added to it, so it should be, the result should be 17, which it is. There is another way of expressing this function composition, which is using this chaining method. So if we go here, okay, so I've dropped this bracket here, and so it's been replaced by this. So it's basically saying supply 4 to y first of all and calculate its square, and then what is returned is then supplied to this, so we should get the same answer. Okay, we can do a prefix operation here because we make a function called plus, which is applied. So this is function application again. Plus is dyadic, so it needs 2 operators, so we get 5. I can use this function chaining with inverse square. So here the square root function, in a moment I'll apply it to 4 first of all. So the square root of 4 is 2, and then I'm going to apply the function 1 upon, so this should become a half, and so this function chain, this composition here, it's composing two functions together, is equal to inverse square root. So wherever I want this, I can replace it with inverse square root because they are one and the same thing, because this is a quality, and then I'll apply it to 4. So I've made the composition. So if I now do inverse square 4, like so, I get 1 upon 2, which is a half. Okay, I've demonstrated that already. Okay, so I'm going to import something that supports list operations because I'll need that next. So if I come over here, import. So the prompt tells me we've now got the data.list module load. So this is lazy evaluation because I've got I specify a list in square brackets, and it's an infinite list. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the first 5 elements of this list. So I can come over here. So one of the things about the Haskell compiler, about a lot of functional programming languages, is the order of evaluation doesn't, well, when I say it doesn't matter, there's no static checking. So you can have something where it's not fully defined, and the definition comes later in that list of 1 to 50. Okay, immutability. So what I'm going to do is say I have a list 1, 2, 3, but that's equal to B. So wherever I have this 1, 2, 3, I could also replace it by B, or wherever I have B, I could replace it by 1, 2, 3. But what I cannot do is I cannot alter B because it's immutable. So if I set that up, I just show you that it's there. Okay, sorry, B, and I can reverse this because reverse is an operation that's in the library data.list, so I can reverse B. So this returns a reverse list, but it hasn't altered B. Okay, we come to the first Delphi project, a polynomial sum, which uses an anonymous function. So how do we create an anonymous function type? Well, we do it with the keyword reference and the keyword to, and then the keyword function, and then we say what is the label or identifier for the input and what is its type, what is the type of the result returned. Okay, and basically I have a function sum here which has 2 arguments. So we're going to sum to some value of n, and we're going, sorry, my mouse is playing up, not my mouth but my mouse. My mouth is possibly also playing up as well, but never mind. So f is the anonymous function which we're actually supplying here. So you can see it's got no identifier, but its signature is the same as this, and it returns a result x. So yeah, this is a trivial example, but okay, we're supplying the number 3, so we're hoping to sum to 3. So what does sum do? Well, sum initializes its own result to 0.0, and then it iterates. So what it does, it will call this anonymous function first of all with 1, so 1 is returned, and then it will be added to the result which is 0, which is 1, and then this will iterate round and we'll end up with the sum 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So just to point out that this function type is not a function pointer. You may have encountered function pointers which would be defined a la so, and a variable of that type would be defined or declared as shown. Neither is it a function reference for a function contained in an object, i.e. an instance of a class, because that would look like this. It is actually an interface type definition. Now, I can't think of Barry. I can't think of his last name for the moment. Created anonymous functions in Delphi back in, they were first introduced into Delphi 2009. Functional programming languages need a garbage collector because they make heavy use of the heap. We don't in Delphi need to do that if we actually implement an anonymous function using an interface type, because interface types are very good. They tidy up after themselves, so they release the space which they claim on the heap. So a brilliant idea, okay, to use the interface type. So what does the compiler do? It takes this t-polynomial function reference, which is actually under the hood an interface definition, and I'll explain in more detail later, and it creates a class that implements this interface, and then it goes on to create an object of this class containing the function f. Now it's at this point that this object stores a function pointer to f, but it's all hidden under the hood. So I'm going to try the polynomial sum project. You could try it in Delphi 10, 11 or 12. Because I've got everything set up on this machine in Delphi, I've got lots of libraries added to it, and I have another machine for Delphi 12, but it's just a, lots of other things are there, like all the Haskell stuff. So what I'm going to do is I am going to switch now to Delphi. If I remember to set it up this morning. Come on, why has it got stuck? I'm actually going to stop for that. Right, here we are in the polynomial sum project. I've actually added, in addition to this sum to n, I've got sum to 100, where the anonymous function is returning cos of the argument x, and then I've got another anonymous function which where the result is 1 upon 2 to the power of x, and then I've got another one which will range, this one was from 1 to 10, this is from 1 to 15, this is from 1 to 40, this is from 1 to 50. So if I compile and run, so let's make sure this is big enough. So font, let's make it 24. So you can see here that the sum from 1 to 3 using this anonymous function is 6. Summing from 1 to 100, cos 1 plus cos 2 plus cos 3, etc. is minus 0.53, and then when I try and sum the power series, a half plus a quarter plus an eighth, and I go from 1 to 10, 1 to 15, 1 to 40, and I think the last one was 1 to 50. So you can see we get closer and closer to 1. Okay, so returning to the PowerPoint. Okay, the next one is a Delphi example of partial function application. So here is our function type. I could have used the generic tfunc integer to integer because that's available in Delphi, but I'll just stick with this for the moment. So it's integer to integer. So what I have is this this function will actually return this function. So you'll notice that function f of argument x returns this function type. So this has is this basically, because it's the signatures match. Okay, so I call this function value 2, so I'm calling it with x equal to 2, and what we get back is this function in which x is now bound to the value 2. And this is the I didn't mention in the previous slide, but this is an example of closure, because when this call returns, it will have disappeared off the stack, but the value given to x is retained, it's been captured, and this is an example of closure because it's now bound to the function which is returned. So if I then supply a value for y, 6, then we evaluate x plus y fully. So let's so I just need to get something that's on my screen which you can't see, which is in the way. So in computer science, a closure is right, Gordon Bennett. In computer science, a closure is a first-class function with 3 variables that are bound in the lexical environment. A closure is a first letter with 3 variables that are bound in the... Okay, if we look at this function here, y is bound to this function. So this y here is bound in here. But when you look inside this function, you say, where the hell does x come from? So that is free. If you're only living inside this function here, you've no idea where x comes from. It comes from outside. So x is a free variable, while y is a bound variable. So a closure captures variables from its surrounding scope and is able to use these variables at execution time, even though these variables are no longer in scope. Because if you, when a function is called, somewhere in the first 1, 2, 3, 4 stack cells, those the actual parameters are supplied on the stack in those first few cells or whatever. So it's out of line programming basically. Okay. So it's an out-of-line function, and it's able to use these variables to execute, even if these variables are no longer in scope. Closures preserve the outer scope inside an inner scope. Closures only make a function impure if you modify the closed over variable. So I can imagine an application where you want to make a counter which you can increment. Let's call it increment counter, and you actually capture a free variable when you're setting it up. So you make a call which returns this increment counter. So it's initialized, let's say, to 0. And then every time you call increment counter, you increment it by 1, let's say. So you can specify in the argument to increment by how much you want to increment. And then you are actually modifying a variable. So you're going to its memory location and you're altering it. And that is what happens in an assignment when you say x becomes equal to x plus 1, let's say. And that is not then a pure function. Every time you call increment counters, you get the same value back, which you wouldn't do, because the whole purpose of a function like a random function, you want a random number, so you'd be very disappointed if you got the same random back every time. Okay, so let's quickly go and have a look at this example. So let's escape from there and let's go to this. So I want to close this, and I want to go on to oh golly, what did I call it? Delphi had 2 project. I thought it was Delphi had 2 project. So let's go to Delphi had 2 project. Make sure it's selected, and let's show it's so very simple program. Oh, this time I'm deciding that the y variable will be 60. So f2 returns a partial function, which I then which is bound with x bound to 2. So it will create 62. So if I run it, not a complicated example, and so it's 62. Okay, right. From little acorns, big oak trees grow. So we're starting in a very, very simple way. So let's, from the current slide. Yes, sorry, I can say at this point, as I said, this is modeled as an interface, and under the hood, a class is created from this interface, and then an object is created based on that class, and this is the object. And so in order to implement closure, that class has a field labeled x, and now in the object here it is, and it's captured the value 2. ffunc is where the function pointer goes, pointed to the code for this. Okay, solid principles of object-oriented design. What have these got to do with anonymous methods? Okay, you'll see in a moment. Single responsibility principle, open-close principle, Liskov substitution principle, interface segregation principle, dependency inversion. So it's the single responsibility principle. Every class, module, or function in the program should have one responsibility or purpose in the program, or every class should only have one reason to change. The interface segregation principle, the interface of a program, should be split in a way that the user client would only have access to the necessary methods related to their needs. So combining these 2 principles in extremis, that every interface should have only one method. Well, hang on a minute. An interface with only one method is just a function type. So anonymous methods implement the single responsibility, or obey the single responsibility principle and the interface segregation principle. Okay. Right. Wow. So so this is the square project, where this gets a little bit complicated. So if we have a function type, which is a reference to a function, so this is how we introduce our anonymous function. Compiler generates an interface T function of integer with a single method invoke with the same signature as this function. An interface is a class with no implementation. So what we end up with is sorry, this should be I. This should be I, function of integer. Sorry, got that wrong. Interface function invoke. So this is the interface with a single method. So if we have a variable called square and we assign to it an anonymous function, this one here, we can engage in function application by doing square 6. Okay, right. So under the hood, yeah, I think I should have put I here because it's confused. That should have been I. So I said that under the hood, Delphi will create a class based on the interface. So this is the interface. Read this as I. And of course, this is the standard one, which is required to supply add, reference, release, and so on. And it has 2 private fields. This is where we're going to store the actual function pointed to this anonymous function, and this is the invoke function. I mean, it's sort of standard You know, when you say, oh, I've created an object and now I'm going to invoke its such and such method. So that makes sense to call it invoke. And this is where we're going to supply this value 6 here. So this is, remember that object on the stack. Well, that was, yeah, sorry, just ignore that because that's going to, and we need to actually create an instance of this class. So, yeah, so let's have a look at create. So we're gonna take in a function. This is the anonymous function. And we'll create the object, and we'll populate the the ffunc field with actually with a function pointed to this function, and then what we'll do is, well, under the hood Delphi will call invoke, and it calls it with this value 6, which is fed in here. And remember, ffunc points to this. So this is how this is executed, and it returns the result. So when square is encountered, class, don't worry about this name in front of it, but this is standard. If you like, an action record is created, and it's a constructor call which creates an object with a single method invoke with same signature as the anonymous function assigned to square. Invoke is then called with argument 6. Invoke then calls the anonymous function assigned to square, passing it 6. So I think I have a program to demonstrate this. A non-object reference. Yeah, so if you like, under the hood, you create this object with this anonymous function, and you assign it to an object record. I say a non-method because it's under the hood, and then you call the invoke method on this anonymous object with the value 6. So try anonymous method square project. Okie doke. I'll do as said. So anonymous method square project. So we need to yeah, okay. Well, it's not really going to be very exciting because we're not looking under the hood. But so we need to look under the hood, basically. So, sorry, I'm just going to check the how long am I going for? But yep, okay. So let's return to the PowerPoint. So we do from current slide. So we've just done that. Okay, reflective programming. Reflection can be used for observing and modifying program execution at runtime. In Delphi, reflection allows inspection of classes, interfaces, fields, and methods at runtime without knowing the names of the interfaces, fields, methods at compile time. Allows the inspection of classes, interfaces, fields, and methods without knowing the names of the interface. So you would do something like get methods, get fields, get interfaces. But if you do know the interfaces, you can use get method, get interface, etc. It allows instantiation of new objects and invocation of methods because you're grabbing what's there under the hood in the runtime system and saying, oh, make me one of these or make me 2 of those. This could be this is another way that you could get a Delphi program to interact with a Haskell program. Reflection is a key strategy for metaprogramming. And that's what Richard Pawson's naked functions framework does. It leverages metaprogramming using reflection. So a programming technique in which computer programs have the ability to treat other programs as data. It means that a program can be designed to regenerate, analyze, or transform other programs and even modify itself while running. So going back to the days of assembly language programming. So, and we need to use the RTTI unit. So I'm going to demonstrate reflection here. And we need variables because we need the context. We need a type. We need a create method because we're going to use that create method. And I'm going to display, I've got a display hello message method, and I'll have a test object. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the runtime context, interfaces, methods, fields, and I'm going to assign it to RTX. And then, well, so yeah, because I need to create, that's an object. Then I'm going to use this to get the type of something called t-test. So it's a class. So in this case, I'm being specific. It says I can get types. Well, I don't know the types. I know there's a type called t-test, okay? And I'll treat it as an RTA instant type, and I'll assign it to RTT type. Yeah, there. Okay, so now I know there is a create method on this t-test class. So if I use get methods, I wouldn't need to specify, but because I'm the author of this, I know I've got a create method. So I'm going to get that create method, and I'm going to assign it to RTTI create method. And this is RTTI create, RTTI method type. And then I'm going to create an object, and I'm going to assign it test object. I'm going to use this create method, and I'm going to invoke. So under the hood, this RTTI structure has an invoke, and I'm going to get the class type. That's t-test class. And so if I need to pass any parameters, I could use this. I'm actually going to create this object, and I'm going to say, yeah, okay, make it an object. Okay, so as object, so its type is right, so it could be accepted by this. Okay, now this is the context. So now I'm also going to get this display hello message method, which I know is there because I actually have defined t-test.create. So, yeah, sorry, there it is. Yep. Okay. Now, what I'm going to try, I'm going to try and call this method. I'm going to invoke it on the test object, this object here, which I've created. Okay, and see if it works. So it should run this hello message, and then I'll free the object, basically. Okay, so. Proceed to demonstrate reflection, I call it, and we'll see what happens. So what is it called? Reflective programming project. So if I come out of this and go into Delphi, and what I'm going to do is no, it's not that one. Reflective programming project. So, okay, so it's as described already. So if I run it, the type t-test class is found at runtime by interrogating the runtime type information. A reference to its method create is then obtained and invoked to create an object of this type. A reference to its method display hello message is obtained next, and then this method is invoked to display this message. Okay, press return to close this console window. Okay, so what I haven't shown you is unit1.pass, because unit1.pass contains the class definition t-test class. It also contains the implementation of this procedure, and what I just read out was executed by this display hello message, and all that the create message here does is it runs the inherited one. Okay, so let's return to the slideshow and see what's next. I probably will skip this because I'm a bit short of time. Delphi allows methods and properties to be declared without writing their implementation. So this type of declaration without an implement is called an interface. So if we had a function sum to n defined in this interface isum, we have to provide an implementation for it. An interface can't do anything without an implementing class. the implementing class must declare that it's implementing the interface. So it does this via class definition. Here, this is Delphi supplied, and we're saying we're implementing that, and in a moment I'll show you the code comes up. This is what it looks like. Okay, and this is the program. So there's an interface unit, there's a class unit, some object reference references isum, because we have to do that to access tsum. It creates the implementation, and then we can run some object reference. So that's Delphi interface. And as I said, the way that Delphi implements anonymous methods under the hood is based on interfaces, because they clear up after themselves. They release the memory they've grabbed on the heap. Okay, so remember, as I said, so I made that mistake. I put T instead of I in front of the reference. I've corrected it here. Okay, so in essence, if we define an anonymous method, it ends up being an interface reference with an invoke method. That's the global unique identifier. We can generate with Control G, whatever it is, it creates a class based on that. It puts the anonymous function pointed to it in the ffunc field. It has an invoke with the same signature as this. It has a constructor, and that's as before. Okay, so yeah. So examining anonymous methods under the hood. So we've got a partial function application here. Basically, when it's running, we want to be able to access the same memory that object created under the hood occupies, and we do that with the keyword absolute. So we've got add6, which is our anonymous method type, function type. So we've got add8, and I've got two interface variables here, so I can get it the memory where that is implemented and that is implemented. Okay, so we've got an anonymous function here which uses closure. X is captured in the inner scope, so it's carried away when this is returned. I want to report memory leaks on shutdown just in case the interface. I know the interface will clear up after itself. So what we're going to do is this F here. We're going to make a specialized function where we supply 6 to X. So what is returned is 6 plus Y, and we'll assign it to this variable here. Specialized function. I'm going to make an object, a type T object, which is this interface reference as an object. So I, basically, as I said to you before, I want to go to the same part of the heap where this add6 has been created, and I use my T object to do that. So I want to know the class of TMyObject, and I'll store that in my class. Now, as before, we need an RTTI context because we want to grab what the runtime system looks like, and we want to get access to the class, and then so don't worry about this. This just sets the color that WriteLine writes in. In this exercise, a closure is used to produce a specialized single argument add function. The specialized add function is a pure function, it has no side effects, and for a given argument, the value returned is always the same. Okay, so we're then going to call add6 with argument 8. So remember, add6 is a specialized function. It's a partial function that will add 6 to whatever it's supplied with. In this case 8, so that should be 14. And then I'm going to write it out as a string to the screen. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to write interface info mighty object and also say, well, this is mighty object for add6. I need to show you what I've forgotten exactly what how I wrote write interface info for the moment, but I'll come back to it. So we're going to create another specialized function, but this time its closure will capture 8, so it's a partial function that will add 8 to whatever you supply it with. We're going to create a second object, which is why I got the second interface reference. And we're going to call the specialized function add 8. I'm going to add 16 to 8 to create 24. And then I'm going to actually explore the memory that is occupied by this anonymous function. And then I'm going to actually apply the partial specialized function add 6 to 100 to make 106, and then to specialized function 8 to 100 and get 108. So that's it. What I'm also going to do is later on I will interject a new variable 9, and I'll change this to plus z, and I think when I run it, do it in this example, we'll have 3 fields that we can actually display, maybe. Okay, so now I need to go and look at this program. So let's go to the program. So let's close this, let's close this, let's close this, and let's go to it's the add. It's the add. Wait a minute. So this one. Okay, so let's do Control V, and it has, this is the way I get different colors, okay, for the right line, to make the written statement stand out a bit more. So everything is there that I've described. By the way, we will see the reference count for the interface, and it will be 2, because we have both the specialized add function referencing the instance and the iInterface variable via the use of absolute. Now remember that a closure uses the interface mechanism. Absolute means variable interface ref should reference the same address as add6. Okay, so let's run it. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it properties. So font, make it 28. So the specialized add function is a pure function. It has no side effects, and for a given argument the value returned is always the same. Core specialized function add 6 with argument result it returned is what? 23. Hang on. Have I made some changes here which I'm not familiar with? What did I do? Oh, I know, because I've left that in. Sorry. So I need to do this. So I do apologise. So what I need to do is just close that. That surprised me a bit. Okay. So in this exercise, blah, 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 core specialized function add 6 with argument 8, return is 14. The specialized function add 6 is located in an instance of the type. So that's the class name. This instance is located at memory address that. And the instance has 2 fields. Field number 1 has field name X and is data type integer. That's the closure. That's the captured free variable. It has value 6 and its offset in this instance is 12. Field number 2 has the fref count and data. It has the value too, and it's offset. And that's because we have two things referencing this object, as I said. The actual anonymous interface, and we also have the absolute reference that we set up so we can read the information. Okay, so the second one, add 8 to 16 is 24. Two fields, the captured field in the closure has value 8, and so on. Okay, so that's that. So if we go back to the PowerPoints from the current slide, this is the one on steroids. Okay, I think, is it? No, I'm going to skip this one because we haven't got time. This is the one on steroids. So we've got a class viewer to view the classes. It uses all the RTTI stuff. I think it uses an extended RTTI form show. We're using the generic tproc to reference an anonymous procedure, which Delphi defines as an interface. We need to be able to see the object on the heap, so we need to reference the using absolute the same area. Okay, we've got 3 variables here, which we assign those values. Now we've got this time a procedure reference, and it shows the message. Oh, sorry. The sender class name, the value of X, the address of X, Y, Z, and it also shows the interface reference. So we're going to call procref, sorry, what have I got here? This is within the form show. We're going to load the class interface references object. So this is where, so we're looking at procref, but we're getting into this area here. Now remember, I said that the actual function pointer to this, what have I called the I can't remember now, square whatever. So we're going to look at vmtview.pas. Now this is not original. I got this from an article, and the link is here. So let's have a look under the hood, and let's go to this. So we want to close this one, and we want to go to I know I got a bit confused with this earlier when I was creating this project group. So I want VMT. So let's have a look at this then. So let's do Alt V, and there are a lot of classes. Okay, so I'm going to load that one, that one, that one, and that one. Okay, so this is our form, and then we're going to reveal the published fields, etc. So if we actually have a look at this, this is as described, and I do release the yeah, I do have to release the you know, I got this interface reference so I can see the memory on the heap. For some reason I needed to release it. Okay, so there is a release method. Okay, so I won't look at the rest of the code because it is, as I say, it's a VMT viewer on steroids. So that's my show message, which comes up in the here, show message here. So class name is T class viewer because this is what I'm using to view. X is hello world, address of X is that. Z is this. The interface reference is T-class viewer form shows, and there's this what you get whenever you're using anonymous methods under the hood. Delphi uses this reference here, this identifier here. So now this RTT viewer on steroids enables me to look at all the RTT fields which have been captured. And so you can see it's got a reference to this anonymous procedure. It's got Z, it's got Y, it's got X, and the sender. Okay, let's get on to Delphi and Cortex Pascal. I'll run the Delphi program first of all. So let's go to here, and I'm going to choose the times table. So 12 times, no, not 12 times table, just the times table. So let's load that up, and it's got a unit. So it's a VCL application, and it uses an anonymous function, which uses closure because X is a free variable and Y is a bound variable, and it multiplies X by Y. So I just did this so it's similar to Cortex Pascal. So what have we got? We have got for var I becomes equal to 1 to 12, to add to the memo box, return a partial function I applied to n. So we'll have a fixed n, like say 6. So it's going to do the 12 the 6 times table. So we call this anonymous function because we want a partial function, a specialized function, and we supply it with I. So first time in, it'll be 1, and the partial function here, x will be 1, and what will be returned is this function here, which is 1 times. The next time it's called, it'll be 2 times. The next time it's called, it'll be 3, all the way up to 12. Now y is this second argument, so it's the 6 times table. So essentially, I create this table by okay, let's have a look. So if I choose 4, we get the 4 times table. So it's using a specialized function. So I'm specializing the function to 10 now. Sorry, no, correction. The way I've done it is 10 is this argument here, but the partial function is continually being re-specialized. It's a 1 function, then it's a 2, then it's a 3, then it's 4. This is trivial. I know I could have just said I times n to give the same output, but I wanted a very simple example. This is the very simple example, so apologies for that. So let's have a look at Cortex Pascal. So sorry, I just need to close this, and I need to open the times table project. Okay, I want to load QTX times table. This this mirrors the Delphi application, and the code is it's Object Pascal basically. So there's my partial specialized function. There's my handle number. And So yeah, so here's my return of partial function I n. That just creates the window and so on. So if I build this, that creates the index.html, the index.js, and then I execute this. This is in a local browser, but I could open it in any browser, and so it's exactly the same. So I've just taken the what I wrote in Delphi and put it into. So let's open it in a browser. So it's the Edge browser, so I could basically load it up to a website if I needed to. Exploiting parallelism using an anonymous procedure. This is how to calculate primes. One way to calculate primes. So let's say we have an upper integer which is 10 million. I think is that. Yeah, 10 million. So we'll use a stopwatch to get fine timing. And what I'm going to do is just calculate. Well, I'm going to go through all the numbers between 2 and this upper integer is 10 million and test if they're prime. And if they are prime, I'm going to add to the total, which is initialized to 0. And then I'm going to write stopwatch. Non-parallel loop, time in milliseconds, blah blah blah, counts the number I've given a value using parallel. No. So right, what I'm then going to do is do it using parallelism. So I'm going to use the t-parallel primitive, and I'm going to pass in this anonymous function, and there's my range. So start the watch, stop the watch, and then I'm going to write out how long it takes, basically. So, so we're going to have multiple threads, but I do need to be careful about, because we have multiple threads, we've got to stop them all trying to update total at the same time, and we'd have a lost update problem. So we interlock total until we've incremented it and then release it. So each thread tests a different part of the range, 2 to 10 million, and we avoid the lost update problem as I've just described. Okay, in order to give exclusive access when updating. So we need now to demonstrate this. So if I close this, and if I go to parallel versus non-parallel primes, so do Control V. Right, so here's what I've described already. So if I run it, so twiddle one's thumbs, because the single threaded execution calculation is quite slow. So it takes 664 seconds, because it's in milliseconds, and that's the number of primes that have been found. So, but for the parallel one, it's only taken 1 second. So 1476 milliseconds. So if that doesn't convince you, then I'll eat my hat. Well, I haven't got a hat, thank goodness. So okay, so onwards and upwards. Next one, current slide. So we've done that. Oh, it simplifies parallel communication. It's 2 purely functional parts. The evaluation never interact, and a function always returns the same out, given the same result. So as I said, we divide up the range 2 to 10 million, and allow a thread to execute it for each. Yeah. So let's have a look at the use of anonymous method and callback. So AJ, which stands for asynchronous JavaScript, and XML is a web development technique that allows web applications to send and receive data from a service asynchronously without interfering with the display and behavior of the existing page. This means that it is possible to update parts of a web page without reloading the whole web page, enhancing the user experience by making the web application into more interactive and responsive. Okay, so if you're in any doubt what AJAX was, hopefully you are enlightened by now. So we're going to create two anonymous procedures. One's an AJAX callback, one's a link callbacks. So we're going to act on the response when it comes in, and we're also going to act on a link when we can get it from the response. So we've got an AJAX call which uses an anonymous function here. We've got an extract links which uses this anonymous reference, anonymous method here. Okay, so we have a t-ajax thread which is used to set up the HTTP connection, specifying the URL and the callback function, and when we create this thread it will start executing. So we need to create it first here, etc. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to make the AJAX call, and we're going to specify the URL, and we're going to supply a callback. So when we get the response, we're going to access that response and assign it to a memo box. And we're also going to insert the URL that we specified. Now, if we are clicking on a link that is present in this response, then we're going to make another AJAX call, and we have another anonymous function here, and we're going to extract the links from the response, and we're going to add them to the memo box. We're going to show the HTML. Okay, so so the AJAX call is constructed this way. So we create a thread, we specify the URL, and we specify a callback function. Okay, and I'll demonstrate this. Oh dear, sorry. So if we click on this, we actually go to blog.marco.canto, because I extracted this from Delphi's Object Pascal book, but it didn't work because he's changed things on his, because he's now got an HTTPS site, and the images are a different format, so I had to adapt it basically. But we've got back the base of the web page, and then this will find the links in the web page. Oh, sorry, I'm not ready yet. And then finally we'll get the images. Okay, so let's go to this. We'll close this, and we want to go to the so we'll do that. Okay, so we've got that, and we've got that. So this is an adaptation Marco Canto's program from Object Pascal Handbook Master, Chapter 15. Marco's program doesn't work for 3 reasons. It is set up for blah blah blah. Marco's blog is now that. It uses IDE HTTP, which doesn't work as written for HTTPS because it requires OpenSSL. Okay. It uses image1.picture graphic load from stream A to load the first graphic from Marco's Bless site when this is a PNG graphic now. So we need to do that. Also need VLC imaging as a main unit. The demo source code copy is copyrighted Marco, but can be used freely. Okay, so I have emailed Marco and sent him a copy of this, and I've spoken to him and so on. I think he will eventually get around to changing the book. So that's everything that I've described already, well, except the detail of extracting the links and the images and so on. But really, what I'm focusing on is the use of callback in an asynchronous call, because it's an AJAX call. So that's as described, basically. So if I run this, okay, read from HTML, get links in HTML, get images, and there you are. So that's that. That's Cortex Pascal. This is another one that I created in Delphi, and then it's just mapped into Cortex Pascal. So if I go to this, you notice the delay there, and that's because I created a JSON file with 23,000 entries. These are all the computable starting patterns. I use Delphi to obtain these, and because if I didn't delay setting up this user interface until all 23 entries had been downloaded, it would have gone wrong. So I have a delay of about 200 milliseconds built in, and when that 200 milliseconds times out, it calls an anonymous method. So that's the callback to finish off setting up the interface, basically. So basically, this is the inheritance diagram for the Cortex solution. This is what I wrote in FMX, Delphi FMX, a long time ago. It needs change. The tractable needs changed into computable, and I need to add the JSON library. And you see, this is so similar. It's so easy to map across, basically. I basically think I'm not going to be able to get onto this last one or to the higher order functions, but then they are available from the site. They are out there also on YouTube, and I did do them in a previous webinar for Embarcadero, and they are available from Embarcadero. So I am going to stop at that point, because otherwise I'm...
There you go. I was just messaging Dr. Kevin in the background. I had to laugh when he said, I used Marco Cantu's example and it didn't work. I'm like, absolutely creased up. It was just so funny. And Kevin is with us. Hi there. How are you going? Yeah. Oh, you're a bit muted. Let me just make sure that we haven't muted you. Oh, hold on one sec. I think your microphone's muted. Martha, do we have some way of unmuting his microphone? Oh, she says it's your end. I'm going to talk about Kevin stuff whilst he fiddles with his microphone for a second. I'm not quite sure we can't hear you, so that's there you go. Now we can hear you. Technology.
I'll just say it's Friday. It's the end of the week. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, welcome to my world. After
I don't know how you've coped, because I could. I mean, I'm going to get a bit past it now at my age, and so I need my beauty sleep. Well, you can see how ugly I've got, so I'm not obviously getting enough beauty sleep.
This is the size of my coffee cup.
Oh my word!
and I have a lot of those, which is.
It's very good for you in the right level, but there's an optimum level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just mainline it back. Great session. I really loved it. I could feel a lot of people going, "Oh God, I know nothing about programming," because it's one of those sessions.
My depth is what I need for teaching 16 to 18-year-olds, a little bit beyond. I'm not a developer. I'm an educationalist, and so I'm fascinated by understanding how things work, but I just don't have the time today. That at the beginning, I showed an example of something my student did some time ago, and I still have all the code for that. And I want to resurrect that. So that's probably the one case where I might become a bit of a developer. But I'm a teacher basically.
Yeah.
And
But
I
you know
write
what?
books.
You know your stuff. You know your stuff. I mean, I don't. You may say I'm just a teacher. It's like Jean-Claude Van Damme who says I'm just the chef, and then proceeds to kill every bad guy.
Yeah. But I saw one of the questions about getting the fprop function signature under the hood. I don't know the answer to that. Conrad, who posted, is a developer, and I think it's probably the answer that is the definitive one. So the canonical one. So
let me just see if I can find Conrad's answer, because I actually gave an answer as well.
I'm trying to follow a couple of screens. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way my monitors are set up, my TV light, which is kind of like the super bright light, is right where the questions are. So I have to turn and go like this. Really, actually, they're
I know the problem.
Kind of screens. I'll show the question, because here we go. This was the question, I think, for Paul McGee, and he was asking about would it be possible to use RTTI to allow us to get the function signature of the invoke inside this specialized function, anonymous function? The answer to that is kind of, it depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because with RTTI, they can get the class and various other things as well, and they can get parameter types. And so if you know what the class is, and therefore you kind of
you know the answer already.
I mean, why get the signature? Because you know what the signature should be. So I mean, I've seen anonymous functions that said, if it's this class, then do this, but if it's this class, then do that. But generally speaking, most anonymous functions don't work like that. What they do are getting the parameter types and the invocable methods and things, and say, oh, does this interface or whatever I'm getting hold of support, for example, multiply function or something, if it's got some method called multiply, and that's usually, so you don't really care what the signature is, you're getting the actual function. But I see why he's asking that question. Paul, by the way, he's on the next session. He's following us on from us. So God love him. He's in Australia, and
I know Paul.
Oh, of course you do. Yeah. So he said, I'm awake, and I'm like, I wouldn't be that time.
He's awake 24 hours a day because he comes to the UK developers, Delphi developers group sessions.
Does he? Oh, you see, I don't, and I should do. I used to back in the day when it was the UK bug, and it was based in the POSC Center. Do you go back as far as that? Maybe not. The Polish. It was like the Polish Cultural Center in Hammersmith or somewhere. I forget where it was. I used to go there quite a lot, and I met.
I found it very, very useful, because the things that I've picked up that I wouldn't have even thought of researching or whatever. It's just so it's a good opportunity to look at something from a fresh perspective, discuss ideas, pose problems, and then get them answered, and so on. And I've tried to contribute, but I'm a teacher that steeped in knowledge of Delphi. How much can I
actually, we had Jason on who runs that group as well. He did a session as well. I mean, I have the opposite end of the spectrum, because I'm a developer, not a teacher. So I kind of usually say the exact opposite, which is, I write code, and I can obviously present the programs fairly well and say, look, this is how to learn it. But being an educator is a very special talent, I think. And I said to another teacher that was on, most people, anybody with sufficient intellect, anybody who's not just going through life going, I don't think about stuff. I think nearly all of us can look back to either our childhood or our teen years and remember that one special teacher or whoever who taught us something. I mean, I still remember a guy called Mr. Kempton. I'm sure he's long dead by now, or if not, he's doing pretty well. But you know, this guy was a science teacher, and he taught us so much about science. I remember, you know, there was an eclipse in England at the time when I was very, very young, and he taught us how to safely, you know, look at the eclipse when we were 6 or 7 years old. And so I could not have been very old. And I remember that guy to this day. And you know, I think it's people like yourself who go around, and we are very big fans of it. I mean, you showed Cortex Pascal, which is obviously not our own product, but it's important that, you know, we are embracing all of the Object Pascal community.
There are multiple challenges. I mean, Delphi, certainly in the UK, has dropped off the school curriculum to a degree because it's Python and possibly C#. But the main reason is exam boards specify what languages are allowed, because normally they have some sort of practical test or a paper that's based around the language. So it was very popular, but all those teachers that were raised on Pascal, they've retired. And what the teachers coming out of university now, graduates coming out of university going into teaching, have experience in C# and Java, certainly in the UK. It's not necessarily true of American universities, community colleges, and so on. But it's certainly been a problem for me, and what I've been trying to do is get Delphi back. I mean, I once controlled a syllabus, and I made sure Delphi was there. But you can't run against the current. So, but I mean, it's interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it is a problem, and actually, we've taken someone on at Embarcadero. They're based in Brazil at the moment, but who specifically their role is to work with educators and education. We tried for a little while with just one person doing it, but actually, it's more important than ever. I think, you know, if you know, the annoying thing is Pascal was created to be an education language. It, you know, originally was came out of an academic program, but it was designed to be a language that would be powerful and functional and actually do something useful, but also would help teach people how to code.
But
so
that didn't stop Steve Jobs from writing an operating system in Pascal a long time ago. So,
I mean, I think I might have said this before, but I actually, back in the I think it was the 90s, I happened to go for a job. I don't know whether you know this, but Apple Accounts was written in Pascal, as all Apple products were at the time in the 90s. And they were based. I know you live in Aylesbury, I think. Yeah, so you probably know where Stevenage is in Hertfordshire. Well, there you go. Because I'm a local boy as well from there. I lived in Letchworth and Milton Keynes and that. And I got someone say, "Oh, you know Pascal, you know C. Go for this interview." And I turned up, and they didn't tell me who it was. And it turned out to be Apple, and it was Apple Accounts was written in Stevenage in Hertfordshire. And in the end, I didn't take the job, weirdly enough. But the reason was because at the time, Apple were not the company they are now. They were definitely, heading towards disaster. And Steve Jobs came on, but that was all in Pascal. And actually, what they wanted was to convert from Pascal to C. So that was a job. But it's been around for a long time. 30 years Delphi next year. So
it's it's getting the image changed. It's not that Pascal from years ago.
No,
it's a modern Delphi's take on Object Pascal, and it's very, very powerful. My students, I had a range of ability, but Delphi made it so easy to do database projects. I mean, it just almost turned.
Well, that was its main strength, I think, when Delphi 1 came out.
And so on. But I had lots of great. I've got a chess program that's still around. I've been putting some of the past DOS projects up on using Cortex Pascal in a DOS box up on the website. So the range of, but the way back, I think, has to be in many ways, I think, because you've got to start somewhere low down. So you need something that's applicable to the lower age range. You need something that can run on a Raspberry Pi at home, because my experience with the community school group, when one of the co-founders of the 7 that founded it, the Eben Upton brought the prototype along to one of our meetings, because the idea was that we needed something like the old BBC computer or the ZX Spectrum single board computer. What it would be ideal for it, because it would be cheap, $30 or £30 or whatever, and that would get the hobbyist, the self-directed learner, back into looking at programming and then computer science and so on. And it's worked, because numbers are really healthy now, certainly in the UK.
Absolutely 100% agreement with you. And you know, I've said internally in the company that I think the Raspberry Pi is underestimated how important it is. And I think as a company, I can't make people go in a certain direction. And it's not as easy as just going, oh, all right, we'll support the Raspberry Pi. That's not how things work, you know. But, you know, I get feedback from other developers. That's my job, to go and talk to people like you as educationers and developers and things like that. And I know there is an appetite for Raspberry Pi, and the Raspberry Pi 5, which has only recently come out, is incredibly powerful. I mean, you know, you can write some extremely competent programs on it, and it supports Windows, I think, ARM, but also, you know, Linux and the Raspberry, and I think, I forget what they call Noobs or something like that is their version. Android, but it's great, you know. And if I don't look, my job is to obviously promote Embarcadero products, you know, and to educate people on the benefits. However, and I say this repeatedly, I would rather people learn Object Pascal than nothing at all. Because at the end of the day, the more people out there that learn, first of all, it's a good way of learning development, because it takes away a lot of that unnecessary nonsense that goes on with many other languages. But it also means that the more people that get educated in, the more that if we get it right as a company at Embarcadero with the IDE, the runtime library, the components, all the rest of it, people will choose to use our products. If they don't use our products, that's fine, but the language has to exist. So I'm a champion of Object Pascal. If that means Cortex Pascal, so be it.
My roadmap
spaces as well, Cortex and Web Studio.
My roadmap, which I mentioned earlier, the Pascal ABC is a nice introduction. And then the Cortex Pascal will, if they're working on it at the moment, will run on the Raspberry Pi. Having that, you know, that thing, the Blackfoot, which is Delphi, basically. And then finally, the experience. Okay, I know Object Pascal. Now I want to work on the desktop. I'm going to use Delphi. So it's a sort of joined up thinking about how you bring things together, because the way it's at the moment is schools are dominated by Python. I should have mentioned in my talk that when universities got involved a long time ago. I missed out the initiatives that took place in America with Scratch, BYOB, which is now Snap, Alice. All these things are for the lower age range to get them involved. But from 11 onwards in the schools in the UK, Python is the choice. I can't understand why. I do know students find it easy to learn, but you know, just having white space as your block control system. And it's not free format layout. I mean, I can remember
scripting. It's a scripting language. It's easy to use. It's easy to use. It's a scripting language, and it has got a massive amount of libraries. But when you come to writing commercial quality product, which is maintainable, you know, going forwards and being able to be commercially protected, there are limitations. We have components that will allow you to, you know, embed Python in Delphi apps and things like that as well. But there are weapons of choice. You know, there are still people that go out there with bayonets to war. There are still people that say, I'm a vegetarian, or I like steak, or whatever. It's about choices. And I think teaching people to program in Python is all well and good, because obviously almost everything to do with Python is free. But the reality is, at some point, they then need to progress on to,
for themselves.
you know,
object-oriented programming properly,
solid principles and all those things that we you know, people go, oh, that's a kind of academic thing. No, it's not. I tell you, as a long-term professional developer, it is not some kind of theoretical thing. It is how any professional software house really mostly works. If they don't work like that, then they're struggling behind the scenes, because, you know, maintainability of your code is almost as important as getting it right in the first place.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Going back to the my reference to Haskell and where does it fit in? My original PowerPoint, as you know, was about 2 hours long, and I had to take a lot out. So the reasons why functional programming is promoted in some of the reasons, it all to do with it's the brain code distance, the fact that it is very mathematical, so you can actually prove what you're doing is mathematically consistent and so on. It's very very concise. If you stick to pure functions, you can parallelize very easily. I mean, the thing about callbacks, if you only need a callback in one place, write an anonymous method for it. But what I left out was the visitor pattern, which is where you could create a Haskell module, because you want to do something highly mathematical, which is best done in a mathematical like language, and then you produce a DLL, for instance, and then you can link it to Delphi. So the DLL would be the Haskell program would be tailored to meet the needs of the clients, which have differing needs and so on in the visitor pattern. And I left that out. Somebody asked a question about Haskell is very Prolog-like. Yes, because they're both declarative. And I found as a teacher, those students that struggled having to write in an imperative way, lots of statements, very close to the machine, etc., following the von Neumann architecture. When I taught them Prolog, because we used to do both, they took to programming like a duck to water, because it was so much higher level, and obviously their brain was mathematically thinking about, how do I write this? And Prolog lent itself to be able to write in a way that fitted that brain model, that brain activity. But Haskell is very, very similar.
That's what Adel said. Actually,
in many instances.
Yeah, I mean, I put his question on the screen at the moment. He said it wasn't really a question; it was more a statement saying Haskell looks like Prolog predicates. So there you go. Yeah. That was funny. I mean,
well, you have functors as well in Haskell, which you have in Prolog as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, look, I really enjoy our sessions. You and I talk quite often behind the scenes about other things as well. And you and I will be linking up. We haven't really discussed this, but you know, it's a big thing for me. I want education to succeed, and I want us to help give the tools to succeed. You know, I'm not an educator, but I kind of understand the reality of the world that you inhabit compared to the reality of the world that we also inhabit as a company. And whatever I can do to bring that up, I can tell you now, the company is extremely serious about education. No joke. Right. And I keep telling people, you know, I put my email on there and say, if you're an educator or an educational establishment, email me. I might not have the answers, but I will hook people up with the right people who have got the kind of decision-making power to put their weight behind it. You know, it's something that we want to do. And Kevin, you've always been, you know, great supporter of that as well. So I appreciate it. Okay, well, I'm going to have to kick you off because poor old Paul is still in the background. Yeah, his subject is about coroutine, so it's another one that's a little bit kind of uncommon, shall we say?
For people. Paul's coroutines, yeah. So.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, thanks once again. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you another time. Okay.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay, so that was an education. Do you feel smarter now? Do you feel smarter? RTTI, I have to say, if you're a beginner in Delphi, after a while, once you learn a bit of RTTI, you'll come across times where it's actually very useful. And Kevin's project was all about that, really, and showing what you can do with it. But there are lots of circumstances under which it's very useful. And he talked about interfaces, and once you get to the point where you understand what interfaces are, interface, coding to an interface also is actually something that is actually very popular as a kind of ideal behind the scenes as well, because it has lots of benefits to the way code works. It makes the code cleaner and more maintainable and testable, and all the things where you think, I really should know more about that, but I don't. But there you go. So the next session, which I believe is queued up, yes it is by Paul McGee, who, Paul, I'm very happy that you've hung around for so long. He actually has been at most of our event as well in the background. Paul is in Australia. He's very active in the Australian Delphi user group. And this is Coroutines, or the heck a lie. See you in about an hour and a half.
Hello, my name's Paul McGee. I'm in Australia, and I am here to talk to you about coroutines in Delphi, or coroutines in general. I'm here kind of representing the Australian Delphi user group and saying g'day to everybody out at Dev Days. Let's get started. So, computers are made up of like a hierarchy of components, and these days we have a CPU, many cores, then the operating system has processors, and the processors generate threads, and then we get to user land, like it says here, application software, and then Windows has a thing called fibers that I haven't found out that much about to this point in time, but then there's this idea called coroutines, which is something that's been around for quite a while. We're going to think about how do functions work, and excuse me. We all know this, that we're traversing through our main program and we're making a function call. A stack is prepared, or the extra information is placed on the stack in preparation for the call. Execution jumps to the function. We run through the function. It completes and returns us a value because it's a function. And the stack that got prepared has a return address. We come back to the main program and then we continue execution. Simple dimple. And there are ways that simple, whatever, 1960s, whatever functions have been generalized now, and that we can throw off our some of our execution onto other threads on a CPU and a GPU. And sometimes we just start the execution and it drifts off into the sunlight. Other times there's a result and we join back into we have to synchronize back into our main thread. The simple idea of functions doesn't really address, or doesn't automatically address, the idea of recursion. The function can call itself, and then like survive all those possibly several calls to come back up through a call stack and everything makes sense, and then go back to the original caller. There are continuations is a deep and interesting subject I don't know all that much about, but on the sort of naive level, and we think about first-class functions. So it's functions that can exist on their own as objects in the same way that an integer or a class or a record can. And those functions can be input to other functions and can be returned from other functions. And then finally, we've got this idea of coroutines, which are basically functions that can be interrupted on the way through and resume execution from where they left off. So this process is kind of like the previous one, but I didn't start the stopwatch. A stack gets prepared to call it the first time. Execution jumps over to this function, but then partway through the function can suspend itself, come back to its caller, or in a different case, it can go to other coroutines. And this is it's cooperative multitasking, single-threaded cooperative multitasking, and it jumps back. There's some flexibility there. It can bring back a value with the with the return. And that coroutine function obviously has some local variables, has some state at that particular point in time that has to be preserved if you want to come back to where you were up to and continue on as if nothing ever happened. And there are various ways of arranging that. But the execution, let's say, comes back to our main thread. We travel on for a bit further, and then we go back to the coroutine function, and it continues on and gets to its return point, and then we get back to our main thread, which happily carries on its way. So why would we think about this? So, I mean, you could just say we have threads. We know all about threads. We've had them for a good long while in Delphi. But jumping into a new thread, while that may seem fast and amazing to us just writing relatively simple programs, it's a big deal. A coroutine is basically a function call. So if we look at so we've got a graph here, which is ordered in orders of orders of magnitude. So we're going up. Yeah, it's exponentially. We're going up exponentially on every one of these columns, from order of a single cycle to tens to hundreds to thousands, tens of thousands, etc., of cycles. And we can see here, looks like returning from a function and reading from L1 cache, it's less than 10 cycles. Reading from L2 cache, calling a function, calling a virtual function. They're somewhere in the 10, 50 cycles. Same reading from L3 cache, reading from L3 cache, reading from main RAM. We're going up to more than 100 cycles. And then at the bottom of the graph, we've got a kernel call, a thread switch, and says C++, but it'd be very similar in Delphi. Throwing exception are vastly more, well, considerably more expensive operations inside the CPU cores, because they're, I don't know, saving caches maybe and moving registers around and doing whatever they got to do for another thread of operation to start running through execution. And like, anyway, the idea of like how many threads can you jam into your running laptop, desktop, maybe if that, like maybe 5,000. I think mine, I checked last night, was running about 5,000, using up almost all of the memory. That's a 16 gigabyte laptop. Coroutines, on the other hand, are teeny tiny, and like the idea of having 1 million of them is not, it's not far-fetched. There's another graph there from Java people who've been organizing, excuse me, adding a big important library, Project Loom, in the Java ecosystem. And I believe this graph came from one of those talks. Showing that Java threads around about the 6,000, so 6 seconds per operation in this particular example. Just a second, sorry. Sorry about that. And we have continuations. Well, the K continuation and the K fiber, and these are basically pursuing the coroutine model and executing seemingly 12 times faster than standard Java threads. Something to think about. All right, so we have these, we're going to, resumable functions. They generalize a normal function. It's a function call that holds on to its local state. You can leave it and come back to it, and you have not lost the information that you had before. Maybe you had a a network connection, or you were getting data from a disk, or any sort any sort of process that involves possibly activity and waiting can be a good model for looking at this sort of idea. But again, separately, sometimes it's just a good way to divide up your code to like independently operating sections of code. And yes, the single-threaded control flow is a significant factor. We're not farming things out to threads and then having to synchronize, for example, user interface work back to the main thread. If we're running these coroutines on the main thread, nothing is happening in parallel. It's just going to one or the other or to the other or somewhere else. Maybe not running entire functions, but picking and choosing the bits it needs and still being single-threaded, and any one of them at any particular time can interact with the user interface. I'm going to be really talking about a simple model of a main thread going out to a coroutine function and coming back, but there are more complicated ways of putting these things together, and there's sort of a duality thing with state machines, that the inside of a coroutine, you'll see, often can be sort of looked at like a state machine, and then on the flip side, coroutines can be a good way of implementing state machines. The final line here, which is a complicating thing I won't be probably going into, is that you might start executing the first part of a function from main thread into this function, back onto that main thread, and a different thread could then, this is how I understand it anyway, I'm new at all this, I could be absolutely wrong about many things, please challenge me if you know more. Okay, so another thread could come to that function, resume off from that point, complete its work, and then go back to that thread number 2. That's a more complicated scenario. Definitely not single-threaded in that particular, well, there's 2 things going on there. This bit I wouldn't focus on that much, but you come across these words. There's a lot of things around this area of asynchrony, async await, promises, futures, coroutines, continuations, where different people, even in academia and that sort of thing, use the same words in kind of different ways. A lot of the time when I've been reading about coroutines, it's not always clear that someone means that the work that they're going off to do in the other function is maintaining a single thread. Sometimes there's this, sometimes people are just using another thread. I mean, we could do that in Delphi. And then there's ideas in Windows, for example, of fibers is something that I haven't dug into. Okay. So I don't know how I got down that track, but asymmetric coroutines is something that that's what we're really looking at. We're going to start at the main run, go to the function, come back to the main thread. It's the symmetric coroutines that can then jump around between other coroutines and eventually get themselves back to a original caller. So when I first started thinking about this coroutine idea and like, how can I wrap my head around it? How could I approximate it in Delphi? I was thinking, well, we could go into a function, like make it just the worst hack, whatever, right? Jump into a function, somehow save. So like, I know there are stack frames in Delphi, but like I've looked at a little bit of assembly, disassembly, and that sort of thing. Haven't really spent the time there to try and see how clearly, a new function adds to the stack and that sort of thing. But in my head, I'm thinking, okay, we get into a function, we get down a little bit, we're going to save whatever bit of stack for that function that we want to maintain and put it out on the heap somewhere. including the program counter, so that when we jump back, we jump out, we come back to that function, we enter in at the top, but we've got some code there to say, like, if this is not our first time, we'll be restoring the information we saved, and then I never got around to that. So probably good for everybody. Stack less coroutines are the simplest case. It'll basically be the sort of thing that the rest of this is talking about. And the sort of data structures or functionality that we can create, well, I say we, but people create with coroutines, iterators and generators, basically like our IEnumerable in Delphi, is something that can, whether it's a list, an array, a tree, a hash table, whatever it is, you can ask it for a next and a next and a next and a next, and it will hand these things out to you. Lazy data types, I mean, you could have a coroutine that represents prime numbers, and just every time you want the next one, it'll work out something and hand it back to you. But you're not carrying around some sort of data structure that has the infinite range of prime numbers sitting there just waiting to be called. Task switching, I guess you can intuit from what I was saying previously. Actors is something that I've kind of explored. I have an example where we'll get to that. We'll get to that down the track. The design clarity thing, again, I haven't been around these well enough to really describe eloquently the ideas that can be a good fit for this sort of approach. But I think some of the examples hopefully will bear out this idea of trying to take code that sort of deals with one little problem sitting on its own in a patchwork sort of way. And exceptions and error flow, I mean, I think from what you would have seen on the, where are we? A diagram like that, you can sort of imagine that when you're early exiting out of a function, coroutine function in this particular case, in the case of an iterator generator, then you're returning a value that you've calculated, or in the first instance, you might be doing some setup and then returning back to the main program. But that return could also be an error, or an exception, air quotes exception, that doesn't involve the big consumption of machine cycles that's involved in what we know of as raising an exception in a normal Delphi program. And then pipes, not something I know the idea, but that's not something I know about. All right. Do I need to speed up? Probably. Okay, so just briefly, the history, 1958, 63. First guy, Melvin Conway, mentions the idea, coroutines, and then it's in, well, there's a whole book in 1980 by Christopher Marlin. He mentions in the index languages that at that particular time dealt with coroutines, and I'm going to skip along. So here are a bunch of languages that, and yeah, this came, I think, from Wikipedia plus a bit of other, sources. But 1967 Simula and Turbo Pascal is right there in Wikipedia. This mu threads library I'd actually come across on GitHub, but it was saying dating back to 2003-ish or something. But somebody was doing something there with this sort of idea way back in 92. C#2, 2005 was the generator type of functionality and didn't get async await. Again, I don't know that I can really explain that in this context yet. My brain needs to process it more. That was 2012. C++ and Java have been spending a lot of effort, both roughly since like 2017, in making coroutines a fundamental part of their main library. So, I mean, I'm bringing this up just to say it's interesting. I'd like to see the Delphi language take steps forward, but not necessarily maybe in this direction, given the amount of, person-hours and stuff that has clearly gone into the C++ and Java world in making really strong library facilities. In fact, even in C++, they put in all the kind of like, if you imagine a truckload of tools from your local hardware store, they basically just dumped it in the back of someone's ute at C++ 20 and just put the functionality into the language, but then not the extra sort of like niceness that would help people adopt them easily, and not in the meanwhile, just to get it right, I think. And then in C++ 23, they're starting to add more of the polish and user level functionality. But a lot of people have spoken about, the having to sort of like build your own hut as far as using C++ coroutines. So yeah, I've kind of said already, I was thinking about this and like I kind of got the idea, but I couldn't like make it particularly concrete. And this is this is a silly example, but saying like these things have got like a start, middle, and an end. I'll try making just separate functions, like literally separate functions, and some sort of like enumeration to mimic the sort of same. Yeah, it's not worth really talking about, but it was my first step. And this is what a generator is in Python. It's like simple and elegant, but I do remember like not getting the way, like, what does this code mean? That seems ridiculous now, but maybe you guys can sympathize if you haven't seen this before. It's basically the control flow is that you're going to be going around this loop for the n number of iterations, but every time you take this one step, you're out of the function. You're like, what are we doing? Squares. So we enter with 0 and we square it to get 0 and we send it out of the function. And then when it gets called again, you come in right here, go to 1, square it 1, out of the function. We come back in, we're at 2, we go around, square it 4, out of the function. And you keep going around like here until you drop down, I mean, Python's a bit, it's just not the same as Delphi, is it? You drop out of the function and you're done in this particular case. Or, you know, this could be a infinite loop. It's still fine because you're just going to make another, calculate another value and you're out of the function again. All right, so yes, I've been posting about them on. Okay, sorry, at the top, I should say at the top of the screen is our bit of a mention of ADUG, and in particular we have our. We used to have an email list that was, I think, open to everybody, and now we have a discourse forum, which is great because you can add videos and pictures and code. Awesome. Been very, very happy with it. Thanks to Vincent Parrott for getting that all up and running very much. But yeah, I've got quite a long set of posts there about coroutines and stuff as I was like trying to nut through it. And we had some discussion, but by January, I was not there. But then April. Okay, so this was on Twitter, and someone posted this C code, and they were just like, get a load of these guys, right? So I don't know how easily people can read this, but we have some local variables here. We declare the type of an enumeration as well as a local variable of that type down here. So we have I, stop, step, and state. This is a constructor. So, sorry, I didn't say this is basically a record. This is the constructor. It takes 2 arguments and then initializes these variables up here. And then this here, resume, is one function. Okay, so we have a record with some variables, a constructor, and a function. And if we look just at, well, let's look at the next page. If we look just at this inner part, like, it looks pretty sane. Okay, we're just going to loop, we're going to start at 0 and keep doing something until we reach the finish. We set the state, that's the enumerated variable. If that return wasn't there, then we know what we're doing. We're going to increase I and go back up to the top, and it's all going to go around until you get to the value, and then you drop out the bottom. No problem. But this return is here in the middle of the loop, and that's going to be like the Python example, and send out 0 and then 1 and then 2. So, and you're like, interesting. But this here, this switch statement, is basically a bunch of go-tos. So depending on your state at start, in loop, and done, like every time you come into this function, well, this function, every time you enter this function, you're going to either jump here only once because the state gets changed immediately, or otherwise every time you're going to jump down to the +1 and loop, and that's a bit of a mind bender, right? That's, if anybody knows, there's a thing called Duff's device, which is like, I didn't think of it at the time, but it's kind of same sort of thing going on. But I heard about that maybe in my 20s or something. Just like, get a load of these guys, like, see what can you do. And I looked at this and I like basically got the idea, like, this is doing goto. We can do goto, right? Like, we don't do it, but we can. And I had to look up, like, how would this look like in Delphi? And boom, it's pretty good. I think, actually. It's like really fun. And of course, in Pascal, it looks quite sort of beautiful. We have a record here. We have the enumerated type. We've got our local variables. We've got a constructor and, again, a single resume function. The constructor is no problem. We just, set up the variables. And the resume function is doing basically the same thing, that when you drop into it, you've got these go-tos that will tell you where to go, and like they can just jump straight into the middle of code, which is crazy and amazing. So we start, and then we've got to repeat up to the limit where we're definitely in the loop and exiting, sending out the numbers that we have counted up to, and then we come back. We're going to +1 and keep looping down until we're done. And I mean, it's kind of like, I loved this. It was just fun, just figuring it out, and took a few different goes to make it like a bit more readable and a bit more. I mean, it's nice having the Unicode symbols and all the rest of it, but and this is the actual main part of the program, where you got row is one of these animals, and it starts from 1 to 20 in steps of 2, and pi is the same thing, but starts at 2 and counts up in 2s, and then we just we call A and we call B and we call A and we call B and we call A and we call B. So we end up with 1 and 3 and 5 and 7 and 9 and 2 and 4 and 6 and 8 and 10. And I was like, I just loved it. It was really, and it was only, I don't know, there was kind of a mixed up process of starting to feel like this feels like this. I feel like I've got a taste of what coroutines are, in a sense, or can be. And actually, weirdly, months later, in a C# video, someone, like, there's syntax you can write in C# to do this sort of thing, but then when it gets translated into the intermediate language, it basically comes into some sort of like state machine or whatever, like kind of like this, and it's doing the same thing, and we're going to see the same pattern again, like the Python one did this with less malarkey, just in 3 or 4 lines, whatever it was. And yes, so the next yes, so I felt like I had some sort of insight into coroutines, and then I think I was reading through the comments in the Twitter original Twitter post that I found out that exact code that had been posted was from someone talking about coroutines. In fact, someone was saying they didn't like coroutines, or at least the modern C++ coroutines that people have been putting a lot of effort into to bring into the language. But also in the comments were people with obviously years of C++ or C experience, same as a lot of our Delphi audience would have with Delphi, decades, and basically shrugging their shoulders like, well, no, like as if it's just a simple thing. And like, I was like, no, these things are wild. And they're like, no, we do it for 20 years or something. I don't know. And obviously, simple examples are not the sort of thing that are going to get probably used in a production environment. But then if we go back, I can go back up here. The 2009 C++ Boost coroutine. The Boost libraries are a bit like a souped up like level of the Delphi Jedi libraries. I mean, maybe they're I'm not able to judge the quality levels between the two things, but I just know that like the C++ world, tends to get used by people creating jets and high frequency traders, and there's a lot of big money companies in that world. Anyway, what point was I making? I don't know. So yeah, this crazy code was basically showing coroutines, and that was not why someone was posting it on Twitter. So 1983, coroutines in Pascal was a academic post, and they're basically doing like they want to do this sort of run length encoding, decoding, really. They're saying the thing here is like you come across a C, you write down C. You come across D, you write down D. But you come across 3E, and for some reason you write out 4 E's. And you come across 6F, you write out 7 F's. And if you come across 6-4, you write out 7 4's, and etc. And I mean, back in the days of when data compression with Huffman coding and PKArc, and I mean, I think run length encoding was used on, I believe, on hard disk platters, and maybe even still, I don't know, to just a simple way of compactifying some data. And they put forward, I guess this was meant to be some sort of a I forget now from the article whether they were saying like, hey, coroutine, or just like kind of the idea of coroutines, and then they went on to talk about Simula, which had coroutines officially in a different way. And I thought I had kind of lost my example of that, but I found it today. Where are we? Why are we up here? There we go. Which one is this? So this was when I wrote out that, okay, project 1. This was my translation of that C++. Well, this was where are we? Project 2. Project 2 is my translation of that C++ original Twitter post, and I guess we can run it, and of course it's up here. And yeah, we can see that the object that I initialized 3, 20, and 4, so it'd start at 3 and count up to up a limit of 20 in steps of 4. We get 3, 7, 11 like that, just by calling a function. And then I had that run length encoding idea separately, like way before finding that book example. I was just trying to think of a different way that I could, and this is not good code. I only got just it kind of working without, I was just experimenting. And so I'm I'm expanding. As like I made it a bit more sane. I think like if I got 3 W's, I write 3 W's and 1 dot. I'll write a dot, and 1 G, I'll write a G, and then 6 O's. But the point is that this coroutine function will only like keep hold of this string, but hand out one character at a time as it's called, according to the rules that this like string implies. So even though it says 3W, you call it once, it'll hand you W. You call it again, it'll hand you W. You call it again, it'll hand you W. You call it again, it'll hand you the one dot. And I thought that was it's fun and it's neat. And again, I'm going to drag. So that code there like comes out one character at a time to say basically google.com. And we can close. So Conway's Game of Life. Okay, so once I got to this point, I was like, and I was thinking about the user. Please God, tell me I put my microphone down. I was thinking about actually long ago when I first started hearing about coroutines, and that it's single threaded, and that you could get some sort of like asynchrony, but still have like prime access to the user interface in a sense. You wouldn't be off in some other thread and then having to like synchronize things into the main thread. And I had this Game of Life idea in my head, like to play with it, but like that was the what do you call it, the in the middle of the road hump, speed bump, that stopped me from sort of like. And then I just had a bright idea to like chat GPT it. Actually, I think it was Claude, but either way, I was like, can I have a simple VCL and also FMX separately Game of Life in one file? And they both came through like they needed some fixing up, obviously. One of the two, I think the FMX one, obviously Game of Life, you need to work out what the next generation is going to be from the current generation, put that somewhere and then shift it in as the next generation. But it wasn't doing that. It was modifying as you go and ending up in crazy places. And I wasn't thinking, well, I obviously was thinking coroutines a bit then, but I hadn't come back to follow up on that until pretty much yesterday. So which one have we got? Right, so this is the tidied up version of the VCL Game of Life. I separated, like, my first step was to come back. Separate out the stuff that's involved with the form and okay, we're really over here actually. This is the same, which is nice. This is the same for both of the, or pretty much almost exactly the same for both the version that was just a kind of a normal Delphi program, and the other one, not with coroutines, but to try and explore that idea, which I'll tell you in a sec. So the main section of the program is just getting a button click, a click on the grid, and the timer. That's all, and the separated out rest of the code does all the calculating and all that sort of stuff. And if we run it, project 4, yep. And you're up here. And boom. I made the timer go fairly quickly. I mean, it's kind of fun in itself just to play with these things. It goes surprisingly long sometimes. At about 45-minute mark, something like that. Okay, so we'll stop that. We can close that one. That one. So instead of like strictly coroutines, all I wanted to do was create, so it's a 50 by 50 grid, 2,500 squares, and basically produce an anonymous function for every single square that had like being an anonymous function, we can tell it exactly where around it's going to look at when we generate that anonymous function for that cell, and yeah, just like sort of like spread out the responsibility through all these. So where are the patterns? Here they are. I just started by sort of saying I'm going to have the top left corner, top right corner, bottom left, bottom right corner. You only need to look at like these cells, wherever the one is around them, and then every cell on the top edge only needs to look at these. Every one on the left edge, right edge, bottom edge, and then anything in the actual middle that's not on the boundary, we'll look at all the squares around them. And so I just have an enumerated type for these 4 corners, 4 edges, and the middle, and the patterns that they'll use to basically say what cells to ignore. And we've got a cell matrix and a temporary matrix. You know, like the cell matrix is the current generation. The temporary matrix makes a copy, and from the temporary matrix we make a new cell matrix. Initialize is just to set everything to 0 and then randomly 50-50 set some of them to black. Draw the grid, nothing interesting there. Process the cells. That's basically running through all the anonymous functions, like and telling them to go for it. So the previous version had a section called process cells, and that was going 1 to 50, one loop 1 to 50, another loop 1 to 50, and then all the things to do per cell. Whereas in this version, those things to do per cell are just stuck into this anonymous function, and there's 2,500 of them. And similarly, the old version said update grid, so it would take all the cells and do the drawing for the whole grid, but this anonymous function also handles the drawing for one cell. what else we got here? So everything underneath this line are basically setting up the anonymous function, which comes down to just this procedure. Sorry, from here. Each cell is basically like count your neighbors according to the pattern that's specifically for you. Follow the rules to update what your cell will be next generation, and then draw it. And because it's an anonymous function, row, column, pattern, and PB, which is the paint box, are all baked in as constants for every particular function. And then this stuff is just running through, like, do it for the corner cells, do it for the top cells, do it for the left cells, do it for the right ones, do it for the edges, and do it for all the middle cells. Just creating. That's creating all these anonymous functions. And I don't know what your intuition would be about how that's going to turn out, but we get poof. I mean, and I just got that working like, or did that conversion like in a day ago. So, I mean, the code is, it's good enough to work. Like, it could go through 15 more levels of revision and rethinking about the little spaceships. But I feel like it gives you some of the flavor of, like, there's basically 2,500 different, like, functions being cooperatively multitasking to produce this. And when I looked last, so this program, that's interesting. This program uses 1.6 meg of memory. I thought it was the other way around. The other one maybe is using 1.8. Well, let's try. Project 4 and run. Where's Task Manager? Okay, both 1.6. Did I just run the same thing both at the same time? That's Project 4, 1.6, and Project 1. Which is running. Is using 1.8. All right, so yeah, okay, so yeah, this is a coroutines one, and the difference between, like, just plain normal Pascal and crazy bunch of anonymous functions is 1.8 megabytes instead of 1.6 megabytes. So, at least according to Task Manager, which, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. So yeah, this my point here about fortified functions is kind of this idea in my head about like, if you just have a function, I mean, okay, we've had all this stuff in the news about memory safety and all the rest of it, and C and C++ are like officially got a government against them, saying don't use them, which is, something that they're definitely looking at. And Delphi ended up on the list to say we're memory safe, which, I can see now we have a lot of positive things. But anyway, something that doesn't leak is functions, right? Records and functions don't leak. They can have heap involved stuff on the inside of them, but anyway, maybe you see my point. But if you call a function, you go there, you come back, you go there again, like all the state's been lost. But if we wrap a function and some state inside a record, then we've kind of got this something a little bit extra, which I've also been thinking about, like, well, classes, right? But then classes are on the heap, and these guys are on the stack, and like these guys seem like a function with a bit more smarts, and a class seems like data that's been I could be wrong. I don't really have a good perspective on this, but I feel like you can have a function with a bit more functionality, and you can have data with the sparkly things it does. But I don't know. Needs more discussion. Or some might say less. Spring for D. Stefan has put some thought into coroutines. It's not in the. It's in a branch. Feature library. It's in a feature branch, and he said, I mean, it's not something he's, I don't think, passionate for in particular. At the moment, it's using Windows fibers, I believe, if they're available for Windows, and then on other platforms, probably Threads, I think. But this is basically his example that I've played around with a bit of a Fibonacci generator that starts with, setting a 0 and a 1, and then again pattern, a loop, and doing the, the sort of shifting, calculating thing that's Fibonacci, and sending out the value and doing it all, doing it all over again. And he has a T generator, which is a we got it up here, right? So a T generator is a function that takes an integer and produces an IEnumerable, and then this Fibo2 is kind of the same thing, even though it says IEnumerable here. So you've got this function that takes an integer and returns right, yeah. Okay, so this is something that takes an integer. Well, what am I trying to say? Right, so this would be a function per se from integer to IEnumerable, but then you can bind 10, which is basically like passing 10 to the function, and end up with an IEnumerable that got initialized with the value of 10. So these are the Fibo1 and the Fibo2 are kind of equivalent. One's a raw function and one's a function that's been, well, I would say partially applied, but it's only got the one argument. So anyway, oh God, don't do it. And foo here is a function from integer foo. Okay, right. So where are we? Foo T. So the other one was T generator. This is T coroutine. That is basically what's the good word? Initialized with an integer, and basically yields integers. So when you call this one, you'll come here, you initialize it with 1. You'll come here and you'll send out 1 and stop. Well, not stop. You'll suspend execution. And then when you come back next time, you'll be on this line. You'll send out 2 and suspend again, and then you get down here. You'll send out 3 and suspend again. If you call it another time, I guess we create the fourth time. We basically have an entirely new. Either way, it starts off fresh. So maybe it's a completely new object. I'm not entirely sure. And foo2 again is basically okay. It was in his original example. It's doing exactly the same thing, but getting this bind 1 so that it becomes basically a generator. Foo of 1. You had to call foo with 1 up here, but now foo2 on its own is a generator of a stream of integers in this case. And I changed it a little bit to just be like, so while true, like this section of code you would think it's never going to exit. It's an infinite loop, but because the yield is in there, okay, it's going to, this creation has been bound to the number 1. It's going to yield 1, then increment and yield 2, and then increment and yield 3, like the different times that this like integer source is drawn upon. And when you're okay, we're back up here again, and we're on the hour-ish somewhere, aren't we? So yeah, Fibo1 producing the Fibonacci numbers, Fibo2 doing exactly the same thing, calling foo, yielding 1, 2, 3, and then back to 1. Fibo2 creates, in my head anyway, like a separate object that's been initialized with a different initial value and creates a different sequence. And then, oh yeah, okay, foo2 is like, this is that infinite loop here, right here, being called 1 at a time, 3, 4, but it's only been called 10 times. Boom, and we're done. So I think we're done with Delphi. Okay, so C++ code. So C++ has, like, swear to God, genuine coroutines in their language now. And there's a very good guy called Andreas Fertig. I don't know how to pronounce German. So I'm going to zoom this out. Like, oh, okay, too far. And you're like, what is all this about, right? And like, if you're a Delphi person and you look at C++, you're going to be like, like it's hard to read, right? You've got my screen's a bit funny. I'm going to have to move it over a bit to read this properly. There's a structure called promise type base. So then, nope, I'm looking for, like, anyway, all this looks horribly complicated, right? You got increment operator, equivalence operator, deref operator, generator, and all this sort of stuff. But all this is, in a sense, kind of like unimportant, because that stuff would be in the library. Like, that's designed to be like done for you in the language. I mean, it's not in C++ 20, but is not the thing you would want to be having to deal with when in the ideal situation. This looks a lot more simple. You've got a main, use counter. Okay, we'll use counter. G becomes a sort of an entity made from counter 1.5, right? Okay, counter 1.5. It's takes in these arguments and creates a generator of ints. Okay, and we got exactly the same pattern while this loop, yield a value, and next time you come back, you'll be here and loop again. And so you can basically treat this as is it enumerable? Is the reason we can do 4x in y in Delphi? It's not coming to me right now in my head, but I mean that's what you've basically set up. You've set up a generator of values. You can treat it as if it was like an array or a container or that sort of thing, but these things are just being generated on the fly in a sense as often as they're needed. And then yeah, that's just a right line basically sort of statement. All right, we can get rid of VS Code. Python is, we already saw that earlier. The same again pattern of like generator pattern of a loopy thing. And I'm going to mention, did I get this ready first? Yes, hopefully. This is our ADUG forum. This is a fairly long thread, I guess, of talking about coroutines. And this bottom one, so Go 1.28 came out a few days ago, and someone, famous YouTuber guy, pro can't think of it, was going through this is a video, going through the features, and he said he was interested in this. And if you look at it, like, okay, this look, what's going on here? But forget about the map line. It's basically a function that returns a function. What's the function? Here, just like what we've seen before, right? Here's a function from two integers to a bullet is basically a predicate. Something that, like, compares two integers and gives you a true false or something. It's a length and then decreasing until you get to 0. So we're counting backwards through something, and it's just yielding basically like an array, going through an array index, the value of the array, -1. I don't know why they did that, because it just complicates things. And so if you feed this thing 1, 2, 3, it would give you back 3, 2, 1, except they're taking away 1, so then it'd be 2, 1, 0, which it shows you somewhere. But yeah, so we're starting to see the same pattern, sort of like on this most simple type of case of a generator, Go, Python, C++, and kind of Delphi. So fibers, yeah. Coroutines I've learned a bit about, but am no expert. Fibers, they're a little more expensive to use than coroutines. They're not quite part of the OS, maybe, operating system. Maybe, I'm not sure. Effects are an entirely different thing. We're not going to talk about that. Isaac, yes, here, is a Brazilian guy on LinkedIn that I like a lot of his ideas. He posted this. What a coroutines. That was in April, so right around when I was looking at this other stuff, and I think he's actually like simulating coroutines with threads, possibly. But anyway, somebody's thinking about it, and I'd love to talk to him. AIO is on GitHub. I haven't looked into it. It's green threads, user threads. The project Loom is called virtual threads. All of these stuff is user level cooperative multitasking idea. I'll put all the code that's relevant on GitHub. I haven't done that yet because I was running real late making this video. And references to all sorts of things. And some talks I've given before and want to give, hopefully, or think about in the future. And we are done. Moderately reasonable time, hopefully. Ian, don't beat me. And I think that is it. So I hope it was reasonable. This headset's new. I hope the sound came across okay. And I will be there to attempt to answer questions. But you will have already seen Dr. Kevin Bond's talk today already, probably. That will have been better. Cheers.
That's funny. Actually, I have to say, Kevin stuck around to see Paul's session as well. And Kevin is with me in the studio. Oh, sorry, Paul. I'm confused. My head is spinning around.
I could only wish.
Yeah, I did say whilst I was watching your session, and we're running really, really late, which is absolutely fine because sessions are really good. I've already messaged Marco G because he's the final session of the day. I said, "I'm sorry, mate, we're running late." He's like, "Not a problem, it's fine." But I did say in the chat, you should be burned as a witch now. That's it, because I'm looking at that code and going, what is happening there? But more importantly, using Unicode as a variable name, I'm like, oh my word.
Unfortunately, not in that one, but you can just use underscore as a variable name.
No. Please, for the love of everything that is dear to mankind, people stop doing that and don't use Unicode. There is a Unicode symbol where I've seen it done. I think it was in a C# demo or something like that, where they opened it up in some editor, which they knew had a bug. And what happened was the variable name was invisible because the Unicode kind of crunched up together, and it was like, and they're like, I've made a hidden variable. There are some languages out there, one I can't say the name of, which is completely made of spaces as well. So it's crazy stuff. Lots of people loving what you did. Kevin Bond, Dr. Kevin, who is still hanging around, said, I really enjoyed your talk. This takes you back to an attempt to use coroutines in BCPL circa 1979. I don't know about you, Paul, but I think Kevin has drawn the old developer card there and outranked us both. Yeah, it's very interesting. But he did like it, and he said he'll definitely take a look at your ideas. It was a good session. I'm not going to pretend that I understand all of it because I really didn't. It was kind of compact and a lot going on. Seeing Conway's Game of Life is always like, you're being taught something when that turns up, because that's like the classic thing as well. And Pete Real says he's going to try it out. I would venture it, but only if he's got 60 days to walk through the code afterwards. So good job. Yeah, well, I said I did ask you whilst we were chatting behind the scenes If you were in an elevator, or a lift, depending on where your vocabulary comes from. But if you're in an elevator on your ground floor and you're going up to the 26th floor, and someone goes, "Explain why I would use coroutines," what would your elevator pitch be? And I think you kind of went, lots of reasons, but you did say this, so I think this makes sense.
I have a default initial answer, easy answer to that sort of a question. It's like, other smart people are interested in it. That's the first part, right? So, like, why? Oh, damn! I forgot to include some info from there's a Google. So because C++ is starting to really get into the coroutine thing now. There are more and more and more conference talks, and there are a lot of C++ conference talks about coroutines. There's one called gRPC at Google with coroutines. And so, yeah, one answer could be, if Google's doing it, like, worth a look. And they're
sometimes, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
But they're talking about the speed benefits and I think memory savings and all this sort of thing. Really good talk, very, very understandable. I could find the link if you like.
Let me give this a perspective, actually, because joking apart, this talk was, and Kevin's before actually as well. This talk was one of those talks where someone will come back to me or you in 6 months to a year's time and go, I saw a video you did about coroutines and I didn't understand it, but I went away and looked at it and I use it for this reason now. Because that's what happens with these things, like any time that someone introduces something that's a relatively complex thing to explain, once people go and look into it, as you say, if there are other smart guys out there and smart girls using it, if they're smart, they're using it because there's a good reason. And speed and efficiency is definitely one of them. And as you said, memory and things like that. I read up on coroutines as well, and it did say that there's some significant advantages to do with performance and stuff like that. So very, very interesting stuff. We are running quite short of time, so I'm going to kind of push on a little bit. Pete Real said, I can't imagine how much time you put into this and still appear to be sane. And I did point out it's an absolute heinous lie, a slur, that anybody should ever accuse you of being sane.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly, because I refuse to accept that is possible for anybody who's developed for more than, say, 4 or 5 years straight. They'll all go slightly gaga at the end and start twitching, the minute anybody mentions these things. And Ali, who is on next, I was actually going to push Ali's session a little bit, but he's in the chat, so I think it'd be a little bit rude if I did that now. But he also gave some love to your session as well and said, I'm not sure, but I can imagine another beautiful implementation of coroutines using T-tasks from system threading in combination with a custom managed record. So I understand what he means by that, I'm pleased to say. And I think he's probably right. I think I've seen some very interesting uses of records that hadn't really occurred to me before, and I think this is probably going to be one of them as well, where you can do some strange things with the initialization and finalization of records and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I put in chat, like, again, if this sort of stuff puzzles people, well, it's been puzzling me for more than a year. And if anyone goes to that thread in the ADUG forum, which I've lost the link to somewhere, but it was on the slides. I don't know when I started that, but I'm sure it's at least a year ago. And I've just been sort of like posting the things that I came across. And now maybe I have like a 13% grasp on the idea.
I have to
But
say, people may not understand, may not realise this, but actually, you're very active on the Australian Delphi user group. I'm subscribed to that, and I see stuff from you. I mean, whenever something interesting pops up about Delphi, or actually many other languages as well, C++ and a few other things, you're always posting it. I really respect you for that, because it's a useful thing that you do, because you are kind of almost like a human aggregator of news feeds and stuff like that. But you're actually, filtering out some of the cruft that comes through. So me personally, I just want to say thank you for doing that, because it's sort of quite often, very useful that you've come up with something. We're probably going to cut it short, but lots of people making comments. Lots of the more smart MVPs are now commenting on using random things like you did for variable names. So I'm glad they were paying attention to the coroutines part of it, and not the hey, look, I've used alpha and theta as variable names. But I know Conrad's a very smart guy, and he knows this kind of stuff himself.
I mean, there's actually other language, Rust and stuff, there's a really good argument for using underscore. For example, if you're doing a loop for variable equals 1 to 10, but you're never going to use the actual variable in the thing that you're doing, you just want to do it 10 times, and you use underscore there to say, like, it doesn't matter what this variable is. And I think it can help the compiler. It's some compilers, but I mean, it's all just sort of like, some of it's a bit of a stir.
Yeah.
And
Some software houses would probably slaughter you as you walked in the door once they read your code from the day before. They're like, no, get him out. He doesn't do that again.
well, I may get a T-shirt saying "Go to is back, baby," perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, look, Paul, sorry I have to cut you a bit short because we are running late, but great session. And, I know you put a lot of effort into getting that ready as well, because we kind of communicated a lot in the background with Martha and that. And I appreciate as well that, you're taking that time of day out, because there is a big time difference mostly. Although, what time is it for you there now?
3:30 a.m., but this is my normal work time, so.
You're one of those people. See, I'm a morning person. I get up at 6 a.m. every day and code, and people go, "How do you do that?" I don't know. I just always done it, so that's the way I am. It's some people do the late night thing. So
35 years, but I don't really have a routine yet.
Yeah. Oh, I've done it 40 years, and he's exactly the same. So yeah. All right. I'm going to take a couple of seconds as well for people saying, thank you so much. And thanks, Paul, and Conrad laughing as well and saying various things as well. Appreciate it, Paul. All right, then. Well, that was Paul McGee, and we did put it. We'll do it again just to make sure. But there's the Australian Delphi user group down there, of which Paul is a part. Oh, I'm going to point to you that way. There you go.
Free to join.
And Paul, on my back shelf, you can't see it because of my green screen, but I must show you, because the Nexus DB guys went to the Amsterdam conference, and look what I have. I was very pleased for you guys for sending that over, and he managed to make it all the way. But this is an official
rotate it round.
Yeah, exactly. It was brilliant stuff. I appreciate all of you guys doing that. All right, then. I'll speak to you soon. Thanks a lot, Paul.
Thanks, Ian. Cheers.
Right, I think Martha's dropped off. Kevin is hanging around in the background. I am running very late. I did warn a few people. Ali is here, so I know it says just another 10 minutes, says Aceco, but actually we're going to probably be about 40 minutes late in finishing. I'm sorry about that. But the next item is just a short 10-minute video. This is from Ali, who is in the chat answering questions. In superpower is crossing the walls. Yes, that is. Okay.
Hello, everyone worldwide. Today, I'm going to introduce one of my open source repositories called Open API Wizard, which is a plugin for RAD Studio that helps developers automatically generate a REST API's client-side project based on its specification files like Swagger or Open API. My name is Ali, and Embarcadero MVP, and been a Delphi developer for 15 years. You can find my content and connect with me on GitHub, YouTube, and LinkedIn. As Delphi developers, we often face the challenge of implementing REST API clients. API documentation rarely includes Delphi code snippets, forcing us to read the documentation and implement each method, get, post, put, delete, manually. Even with Swagger or OpenAPI specifications, it's still a time-consuming process. Without these specifications, we resort to tools like Delphi's REST debugger or Postman, testing each method individually before coding them into our projects. OpenAPI Client Wizard is trying to automate this process as much as possible. This plugin reads the Swagger, or OpenAPI specifications, or even Postman collection, and generates a fully implemented client-side sample project in Delphi, ready to compile in just 2-3 seconds. Please note that this is a new project, so there may be issues or bugs. Feel free to contact me with any concerns, and also contributions are very welcome.
Welcome to the future of Delphi development. Introducing OpenAPI Client Wizard, the ultimate plugin for RAD Studio that will revolutionize the way you implement REST API clients. As Delphi developers, we've all faced the challenge of implementing REST API clients. Finding Delphi code snippets in API documentation is nearly impossible. Instead, we're often met with examples in Go, C#, Ruby, and many other languages, but rarely in Delphi. Let me try some famous APIs and their documentation references. For example, OpenAI, which is known for ChatGPT. Where can I find some code snippets? Let me see. Should be in the chat section. Yes, as you can see here, there are some code snippets, but in Python and Node.js. Of course, we can use curl and transform it into Pascal, but it can be a time-consuming job. So what do? We dive into the API documentation, painstakingly implementing each method, get, post, put, delete, one by one. Even with Swagger or OpenAPI specifications, it's a time-consuming process. Without these specifications, we resort to tools like Delphi's REST debugger or Postman, testing each method and then manually coding them into our projects. With OpenAPI Client Wizard, you can read Swagger specifications and generate a fully implemented client-side project in Delphi, ready to compile in just 2 to 3 seconds. Imagine the time you'll save, weeks of work reduced to mere seconds. OpenAPI Client Wizard does the heavy lifting, so you can focus on what really matters, building amazing applications. No more manual coding. No more testing each method individually. The OpenAPI Client Wizard supports both JSON and YAML formats and can even convert Postman collections into a complete Delphi client project. Watch as it reads the Swagger specifications and generates the full project, ready to compile and run. Whether you're working on a small project or a large enterprise application, OpenAPI Client Wizard is the tool you need to streamline your workflow and boost your productivity. Supports Swagger and OpenAPI specifications in both JSON and YAML formats, converts Postman collections to Delphi projects, generates fully implemented client-side projects in seconds. Okay, let me install this plugin and show you how it works. It's actually a VPL standard Delphi package and very easy to install. Just right-click on the project node, then Build and Install. Done. After installation, you must see a new option in the project wizard list called OpenAPI Client Project. Now let's try it with some API specifications and see the result. I'll go with Swagger, which is the most used API specification at the time as far as I know. As you can see, there are some preferences to have more control over the final project. For example, I would like to have a prefix or a suffix for each method name to be more readable. Finally, hit the Create Client Project button and wait a second for the process. Done. Not like any normal VCL application, you must save each new unit to be usable in other units, so do not forget to save all, otherwise it won't be compiled properly. The structure of the produced project is simple and clean. You can use it as it is or apply your desired changes based on your needs. This plugin will create a unit called client class, including implementation of all API methods in order by the method types. It will create a middle unit to shape the HTTP request. This unit includes a class called API structure that is responsible for sending requests and receiving responses, and finally, there is a simple VCL form which produced just for demonstration based on the method names and method count. It will be designed at runtime when you run the project. But as I mentioned, this VCL form is just for demonstration. You can get the idea of calling methods inside the form's code. Each button's on-click event includes a code sample to call one of the API methods with default values. Let's try another sample with the Postman collection. The process is the same, and I repeat the structure of the produced project is simple. It will create a unit called client class, including implementation of all API methods in order by the method types. It will create a middle unit to shape the HTTP request. This unit includes a class called API structure that is responsible for sending requests and receiving responses, and finally, there is a simple VCL form which produced just for demonstration based on the method names and method counted. Will be designed at runtime when you run the project. But as I mentioned, this VCL form is just for demonstration. You can get the idea of calling methods inside the form's code. These codes are unnecessary. It's just a dynamic design of buttons. But here you have a sample API method call.
These parameters are empty, and you must assign the necessary values and done. That's it. As you can see, this plugin can potentially save you a significant amount of time. Thank you for watching.
What a great tool. I don't know if Ali's going to join us for the chat. I saw him in the chat window, so I know he's around. There's a good reason why I'm glad we did find the time to play this project. Apart from anything else, anybody put some effort into, producing a webinar, then I think they deserve to be heard, unless it's really awful or something. But that never happens. But Ali is a great developer. He was around yesterday, and I mentioned his use of AI voice. Oh, and he has joined us. Excellent, good, because I wanted to tell him how great it is. I really love that. Hi. I really love that wizard, and I'll tell you why. Okay, once I became the developer advocate, there were a couple of things that I wanted to make sure happened for the Delphi world, which I am able to control. And one of them was making sure that education the company took it seriously anyway, but I wanted to bring it more to the forefront so that we would get more people trying to teach Object Pascal and Delphi and C++ in university. But the other thing I wanted was to make sure, as I said in Amsterdam, and in fact, the next person on is Marco G, who ran the Delphi Summit. But I said in Amsterdam, every time you go to an API, you see C#, JavaScript, and Python or something like that. And I get it. I understand they're very popular languages. And sometimes you see C++. But mostly it's C#, Python, and JavaScript, or TypeScript. And the reason is that Microsoft is very good at making sure that they're everywhere. But I want to, and I announced this in Amsterdam, I want to have an initiative where people will go to these API vendors and say, here is our examples for this API with Delphi, using Delphi. And you have just created the tool to make that job a lot easier. And I'm really, really grateful to you. I mean, I know you anyway, because we've been involved in a few other things behind the scenes. And I know you're a great developer, and the stuff you do is always like, wow, that's so cool, But that there, if people, if you're an MVP and watching this in the background there, or you're just a Delphi developer and I'm talking to you directly now rather than looking at Ali's picture, but if you find some time on your hands, it doesn't matter how long it is, download that wizard, okay, and use it to pick an API. I don't care what API it is, OpenCV, whatever these APIs are, but go to these APIs, use that tool, and produce some Delphi examples, even if they're really basic examples or something like that, or just barely work, because this is the secret to getting people to adopt Delphi more often. And more examples, more things that work on APIs, and you just created the toolbox for people to do that. I mean that.
Exactly.
So
I was suffering that why Delphi is not in that list. So
yeah, it's annoying, right? I mean, I go and find APIs and I'm like, oh, there's no Delphi example.
I try to fix in my way.
Yeah, and people are saying that things as well. Paul McGee says thank you to Ali. Thank you. And Hamid is saying great as well. And
but as I mentioned, this is a brand new project. Actually, it needs attention. It needs contribution of others. I invite everyone who want to make a great tool to contribute.
Yeah, I think so. And once again, you've made it open source. I hope you're good at robbing banks or something like that, so you've got an income. But I mean, there is a good reason for that, which is, together we're stronger. And I think that if people, and I can see people scanning your QR code, so I'm glad people are paying attention. But this is a good project. It's actually fairly straightforward. It only took you 10 minutes to explain it, but it is important it's important to the Delphi community, and your contribution is really, I appreciate it, and I know that Embarcadero too. And this is one of the many things you do, because you always pop up doing other things to do with AI and a few other things as well. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, actually, it's my pleasure to contribute to Delphi community.
Yeah, well, thank you. And Code for Delphi, who's based in Brazil. Hi, Ian and Ali. Congrats on the presentation and the plugin, Ali. That was all down to Ali. So great job. Someone asked, which REST components does it use? You're just using the built-in ones, aren't you? I think.
Yeah, it's the built-in native components.
Yeah, cool. And Bean Trees says, can't wait to try this out. That's good. And also the same person, Esico6 says, it looks very helpful. And Pete Rios says, nice job. See, there's a lot of love for this project. It's really good. And Patrick, of course, who's always here, and Ador as well. Good job. So, well done. And, I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time.
I know.
To go, but I'm glad we found time to actually include your project. All of you watching, if you want to download this, what's the harm you can do? If we try and download this, maybe we can start convincing people to include Delphi examples, because it's like anything. I think if you give them an example and say, here's a bunch of examples in Delphi, people will start to include them on the APIs more, because we have to make it easy for them to go, oh, okay, yeah, well, we'll have a Delphi example. And, there's no excuse now, is there?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Ali. And we'll see you another time. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. Brilliant. Thank you. I want to thank all of you that are scanning that QR code. Ali has some projects. I think he accepts sponsorship as well, but just go to there and install it, try it out, and if you find an issue with it or anything like that, because he said it's a new project, please help by contributing towards it, because that would be really helpful to him. Like all these things. Few people saying we're on GitHub now, getting it. Cool. That's fantastic. Okay, so the next and final session, I apologize to the person who's presenting it, because they are in a different time zone and it's getting kind of late for them. But this is the final session, and then I'll do a quick live goodbye once we've finished talking about it. But this session is from everybody's favorite Marco G from GDK. I've tried many times to pronounce his name, and he keeps schooling me and said, it's a hard G, it's the Dutch G. Without surgery around my mouth, I'm never going to be able to get it right, because he said, oh, it's like this. No, it's like. And I did try it one time, and he went, no. Kind of as if to say, oh, God, no. So anyway, Marco G. And let me just pull up the correct banner so you know what it is, and so other people know what it is. Sorry, this session. This one. Excuse me. So the session is Delphi Tips and Tricks, a personal selection, and it's by Marco G from GDK.
Hello and welcome. Today I want to talk to you about a personal selection of a couple of Delphi tips and tricks. Now, if you're a experienced Delphi developer, I think you probably will know most of these, but still I hope you find some of them useful. If you're new to the Delphi, I think you find it very valuable to have these tools in your pocket so you can increase your productivity, you can work faster with Delphi, or just increase the functionality of the IDE a little bit. So, presenter of today, I'm Marco Geuze. I'm now really curious how Ian Barker introduced me. I guess probably something like Marco G. But
well, if you want to practice, it's Marco Geuze, so the last name is always difficult. I'm the co-founder of GDK Software. In case you don't know us, GDK Software, we are a software development company. We focus specifically on Delphi. We have offices here in the Netherlands, where I'm from. We have offices in the UK, the US, and Brazil. And what we do is we help developers worldwide and companies with our Delphi experience, with capacity, with tools. So if you have a Delphi problem and you can use some help, please let us know. We are more than happy to help you out with our expertise. So we also have Codelec. I will talk briefly about this later in this session. If you don't know Codelec yet, it's a very useful low-code tool for Delphi. If you go to codelec.com, you can check it out, download a free copy. It's integrated in Delphi, and it will increase your productivity. It will help you visualize your business logic, and overall, it's a really useful tool. So I'll talk a little bit about Codelec later in this session. But I want to share with you the agenda for this session. I want to get started with some Delphi plugins. Now, there are a lot of Delphi plugins. So again, this is just a personal selection, things that we at GDK Software really use. So I will just talk about a couple of them a little bit more in depth, what you can do with these plugins, how they enhance Delphi. After that, I'll give you some IDE shortcuts or some shortcuts that you can use in Delphi. Now, these are obviously not the usual ones like Control S to save things or Control Shift S to save all your files. These are shortcuts that can, again, help you while coding and are maybe a little bit less well known. I'll talk about live templates as well. It's in Delphi, I think, since Delphi 3 probably, but still not in use that much as we see. And again, they just make your life a little bit easier. So make sure to watch still the live templates as well if you want to know more about that. And some other assorted stuff that maybe is useful for you. All right. So again, as I said, there are a lot of Delphi plugins. We tend to use these three the most, especially the top two. So GXpert and the dev extensions. Let me go to Delphi and talk a little bit about these plugins, what you can do with it, and how they enhance Delphi. If you want to download them, you can find these links, and probably you will share some QR code which you can scan and go to these websites to download a copy of the GXpert and the dev extensions. All the plugins are available via the Get It Package Manager, so directly from within Delphi. So it's really convenient to install other plugins that way. But let's first get started with GXpert. So here we have Delphi, an empty application, as you can see, and GXpert installed. Now, GXpert comes with a lot of options that you can use, a lot of additions to Delphi. Most of them, to be honest, I don't use, like the ASCII chart or to back up your project. Usually you have a version control system. So we tend to use just a couple of the additions to Delphi from GXpert. But the ones that we use are so useful that we simply can't live without. So it's always, if I see a Delphi without GXpert, I sort of feel crippled, let's say. You miss so much functionality. So I'd like to get started with the search functionality of GXpert. Now, in Delphi, if you do a simple search via Control F within a file, that works fine, and we use it all the time. If you want to have a search over all your files in your project, so assume you have a big project here, you want to search through all the files and you want to do some filtering, you can do the use the find in files from Delphi. Now, this has been improved over the last couple of Delphi versions as well, but still it's not as much as useful as the GXpert one. So if you do a search over files, you see here you have the occurrences. So in this case, I search for main. You see where it is, and you can double click to go to there. If you have a lot of files, it tends to be difficult to find to locate the right file and to just see how the code looks like in that specific file. So although yeah, you can use it, GXpert is a lot more useful. So let's do the same search in GXpert. Now, usually, if I had to look where it was, the grep search, usually just use the shortcut Alt-Shift-S, way faster. Now, if you do the same search, in this case for keyword main, you see that you already have a lot more options to filter your search results. But if I do the search, you can see here that obviously it finds the same files. The difference though is that with GXpert you can see the lines of code around the occurrence. So in this case, the forms.main, you can see it's in the users part. So you see directly, you see a couple of lines around where GXpert found your keyword. And that's especially useful if you have a lot of files and you quickly want to find the right place. You don't have to open all these files to see what exactly is in there. You can simply go here and search for the right file. Now, usually, or by default, I think it shows a couple of lines around this, so around your keyword. You can change this to include more than just a few lines. You can configure this, and you see a lot more. So that's one of the things we really like from GXpert. But there is, of course, there is more. If we go through this list, let me move this around. You see the clipboard history. Now, we do use another tool for this. But the key message here, I think, is use a clipboard manager in one way or another. You can use the one from GXpert, and it's only in Delphi, of course. We use several others, depending on your personal preference. But it's so easy to use a clipboard manager. With a clipboard manager, you can simply copy a couple of lines, copy other lines, and you don't lose the first copy. So you can always go back to what you copied in memory before. We use Ditto, which is a general clipboard manager for Windows, so not specifically for Delphi. I'll provide you with a link, or maybe Ian can do that, with a link to the download. But anyway, use a clipboard manager because it's so much more easier and convenient to work with code if you have a clipboard manager. So yeah, I don't use this one, but still use one. So I'll skip these 2, 3. I'll cover them later. And of course, if you think, oh, this is useful for me, or I want to check it out, please do, because we tend to use a couple of them, but maybe more are useful than even than I know. So the editor experts are specifically for source code. So in case you want to change the case of text or, well, comment and uncomment, we have shortcuts in Delphi already. Check these out as well. We tend to use, I think, only the align function. So in case, let me show you, in case you have something like this. So I have a integer and a list string, and a lot more. Or you have an assignment to a class and you want to align this along whatever you want. You can press the shortcut, and in this case, it only finds the one token that you can align on. If you have an assignment, for example, then it'll show you more. So, okay, where do you want to align your lines? And if you do this, you'll see that GXpert aligns your source code. So in case I would have something like this, and a string to test, for example, and you have a lot more, and you want to align this now, or the complete set, that's also possible, but then you'll see that you have choices where you want to align your code on. So if you want to do this and want to align on this, then you see it like that. Anyway, so yeah, there are more. This one we use. The rest of it, not so much, I think. Check them out if maybe they're useful for you as well. We covered the grep search. Well, you can always get the results from your search as well and dock it somewhere. So these are all dockable windows. You can dock it in your IDE. What we also use a lot is the procedure list. So Control G. Well, I have a really small application here. I'll create another procedure and a function, for example. And imagine that you have a big file, and you have a procedure somewhere that does something, and you want to quickly find it. You can go to the top, as we usually did. So go to the top of the file, hit Control F, search for test3, hit Enter, hit F3 again, and you're at the procedure. With GXpert, you can press Control G, and you can see here the procedure list. And directly jump to procedure. So navigating through your code, especially with large units, is really useful if you know the name. And of course, you can filter on the procedure or function list that you see here. So that's one we use a lot. Now I want to go to another one, and that is rename components. Rename components is really useful if you go to here, have several components that you want to change. So let's say you have a T panel, and you see my GXpert rename component suddenly pops up. So I'll close this one to show you how I configured it. The rename components is really useful to say, okay, I have a component like the T panel, and I always want to give it the right name. So in my case, if I have a panel, a T panel, I always want to name this PNL something, PNL top, for example. But that's not all. So it's not only for renaming, although it says here rename component. It's not only for renaming components. It's also really useful to configure default changes you want to do when you drop a component onto a form. And you can do this by the settings panel here. So I've configured this for on this environment for a T panel. So you can see here, when I drop a T panel on a form, I want to have my rename rule, so the name of the component, as PNL and then something. But you have the option, and that is even more useful, to add other properties that are configured directly onto this panel. So in this case, I configured the caption to be nil, to be nothing, because it always says panel 1 or panel 2 or whatever. I want to have this empty because I use the panels just for the layout. So you can even do the layout or basically all the other properties that are in here, you can configure as a default. So what happens, and let me show you again, if I drop a panel on the form, so I hit F6, drop a panel somewhere, you see this rename component form opens, I can simply say, okay, I'll type my name, I hit enter, and it applies the caption directly. So you don't need anything else for that. You can simply configure this using the Shift F2, in this case is my shortcut, go to the settings and configure the other properties that you want. So for an edit, I could say, okay, I want to have this ed something. I want to clear the text, or for a memo, for example, I want to clear the lines, because usually if you drop a memo, you always clear whatever is in there. So you can do this once, configure it once, and then once you drop the component on a form, you need to check this checkbox, so show rename dialog for new components. So you drop one onto your form, it automatically opens this rename component pop-up, and it really helps you to work a little bit faster and don't do all these annoying things that you always do. So that's about the rename component option in GXPair. I think there is just one more I want to talk about, and that is the replace component. GXPair has a users class manager, but I do not use this one. I'll use the one from the dev extensions. I will show you later. So the replace component option, or like this, replace component. Where is it? There. It's an easy way if you work with a lot of components and you want to change to another vendor, for example. So I have here the default T-panel. Let's say I want to change this to the one from GXPair, from DevExpress or from TMS or another vendor. It's really easy to say, okay, I want to have this as another. Well, maybe with a t-edit it makes more sense. Let me say I have a t-edit name, for example, and I want to change this one to the DevExpress version of the t-edit. I can simply say, okay, I want to replace the component with tcx text edit, for example, hit enter, and it changes this component to whatever we choose. So you could also do this to other components. So like I want to make this a combo box, then it is possible. Again, you will get errors if you lose information. So if I would say, come on, the combo box, for example, if you have had configured anything that is specific to the DevExpress component, you'll lose that information. So now it's a combo box. Now, last thing I want to show you about GXPair is the components to code. So sometimes you have configured a layout, a visual layout here in the editor, but you want to create this dynamically in code. Now you could just go copy all the or create the T combo box in code and copy all the properties that you've set. But GXPair has an option to say, okay, I want to copy this component to code. And what it does, it creates all the code necessary to create and configure this component, and it copies this to the clipboard. So I didn't make any other change, I think, other than the name maybe. But I've done that now, so in case I want to create this component dynamically, I can simply paste it in here. And as you can see, let's make this an inline like that. As you can see, GXPair did copy everything we needed and was configured even to the location to my clipboard, and you can simply paste it and do this dynamically. So on runtime instead of design time. Okay. Really, the last thing. Sometimes we use the tab order as well. If you have a lot of components on your form, you want to change the top order of the of all the edits, for example. It's a little bit easier with GXPair well, I think this is GXPR. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Maybe this is default Delphi. Anyway, I talked long enough about GXPR. Again, really useful if you want to check out the rest and you see something that we really need to use and that I overlooked. Please let me know. It's always good to learn from each other. GXPR is still in active development, so some of these the functionality is new, relatively new, so can be useful for us to know as well. Anyway, that's about GXPR. Let's go to the next one, which is the dev extensions. The dev extensions, I think I installed this as well. Yeah, let me open the options for it. The dev extensions is a lot smaller. These are just relatively minor extensions to Delphi, to the IDE. But some of them are really useful, and we can't miss them. So let me cover two. I think. Let me see where it is. One we usually check is the explicit properties into the form. Can't see here, but there should be a text here. But do not store the explicit properties. So if you have a source control system, you always see these in changes in the DFM files. So you can exclude these if you want from the form files. But the basically the only major thing we use the dev extensions for is the find use unit. So the regular use unit in Delphi is okay, but this one adds a lot of functionality that we use. So it's invoked by Control Shift F11 on F11 on my system. You can configure it. So how you can use this? Let me open it. Oh, jumps in here. That's strange. Okay, just a sec. I'll see if I have configured the right shortcut for this one. And if you're wondering, this is a new environment for me, so I did not change this shortcut yet. So let me open the right one. There you go. So let's say you need to use a unit in the users class or in the implementation part of your unit. What I sometimes still see, and especially this takes a lot of time if you have a big unit or large unit open. So what I sometimes see is that developers still scroll to the top, find the right place, click on there, type in the comma, and then something that they want to use, like date utils, for example, hit enter, and then go all the way down to where you were working. Now, there's a couple of problems with that. One is that it takes a lot of time to scroll up, to find the right place, to add it here, to scroll down and to get started. And the other problem is that it sort of breaks your flow. So while you're coding, you want to just continue coding and typing and not use the mouse and scroll up to where you want to add the uses to the users, the unit to the users class. So you want to just continue where you are. Now with the use unit from the dev extensions, it's way easier. The usual use file or use unit from Delphi, it just picks the files that are in your project file, and that's all right. But usually you want to include something like JSON from Delphi itself or the date utils, for example, and you can't in the default use units from Delphi, you can't find these and add them to the users class. With this extension from the dev extensions, that is possible. So in case I want to add the use or add the date utils, for example, to the use class, I can simply search for this. It not only finds the unit that are in my project, but also in all the components, as you can see, and in the system files from Delphi. So if I need, for example, a unit like the date utils, and I'm coding, I can simply press the shortcut, find date utils, go to the right one, hit enter, and that's it. And you can just continue. But now we do have, or I've added it to the implementation part, by the way. Now it's here. So it includes the uses, and it doesn't break your flow. Now, if you want to have this in the interface part, you can, of course, do that as well. So again, if I do this, go to here, hit Shift, as you can see, by default, it's in the implementation use unit. If I hit Shift Enter, it'll add it to the users class in the interface part. And sometimes it's also useful to just find, okay, I want to do something like with Bluetooth, for example. I can simply search for Bluetooth. You see all the files that are in here, the Delphi files in this case. I want to say, okay, I want to use this one. And if I go to here and open the file, by the way, if you have a file like this, it's faster. So you can do two things. You can do control and mouse click. So as you can see here, the cursor changes. So if I press control and I click with my mouse, I can open the file. But the faster way is here, control enter, because then it opens directly the file. It's way faster because then you don't invoke the search for it. It just opens whatever file there is on your system. Anyway, so to go back to this, where we use this for. Again, if you want to do something with Bluetooth, like I search for this, open the files and just have a look at what's in here to see if it's useful. So it's a fast way to find something that you think might be useful or is somewhere in Delphi as well, and use the find and use file for this. But the usual flow, of course, is just to add units to your users class in the file that you're working with. So I think that's it for the dev extensions. But yeah, especially for this part, I always install the dev extensions. Your work is so much easier if you use these additions to Delphi. All right. So let's go back to the presentation. Okay. The bookmarks one is next, and this ties a little bit along the IDE shortcuts, because there I want to talk to you about the bookmarks shortcuts that are available in Delphi. But if you install the Parnassus bookmarks plugin, there's a nice addition to this. So to the default bookmarks in Delphi, let me show you this. So I don't know if you know bookmarks, in case you don't know what these are in Delphi. So bookmarks are an easy way to sort of stick a pin on where you are and go back to this location if you scroll, or if you are away from that specific location and you want to quickly jump back to the pin that you made. So let's say, imagine this is a really big file, as they usually are with Delphi, especially with all the older programs. You end up sometimes with big or large units, and you're refactoring things, and you quickly want to jump between two functions. Now you can hit again, as I said, hit the Control and G option to find the right function and toggle between these two, for example. But there's a quicker way if you know that you want to come back to this specific place over and over again. So the default bookmarks in Delphi are already really useful. You can invoke them by Control-Shift and a number. So in case I want to place a bookmark here on this line, I can say Control-Shift 1, and it will add a bookmark exactly at this place. Now, if I scroll to somewhere else in the code and I want to jump to this bookmark, I can use Control and 1, and the editor jumps directly to the place. So I can have more. So if I do here a Control-Shift 2, you see there's another bookmark again. Now I can jump between these two by Control 1 or Control 2. And you see the cursor jumps between these two. So if you have a large file and you're in the process of refactoring this stuff to another function, you can simply use these bookmarks to jump around your code. The nice addition of the Parnassus bookmarks plugins is that you see the bookmarks as here shown. So it's a visual cue that there is a bookmark here. But the two really nice additions are that these are saved. So if I close my file, open it again, the bookmarks are still here. With the default bookmarks in Delphi, that's not the case. So you lose, when you close your program, you lose the bookmarks. With the Parnassus plugin, they are saved. So you can always jump back to the bookmarks. And let me open, I think I closed it. Yeah, let me open the tool window for this. The other thing is that you can dock your bookmarks plugins, and you will see here that for this file, I have these two bookmarks. So that's a nice addition as well, that you can see the bookmarks and, well, double click to go to them, but usually you will use the shortcut, of course. But you see where they are. And of course, they're file-based. So if I jump to another file, you don't see here the bookmark. If you go back to this one, you'll see these bookmarks. But you can also have these open. So if I go to another file, you will still see that in the open files, I have these two bookmarks. So if you install the Parnassus bookmarks plugin via the Get It Package Manager, it's a nice addition to the default bookmark functionality in Delphi. So I would recommend to use this one as well. All right, I think that's way enough for these plugins. Let's quickly go to the other things that we have, and that is the IDE shortcuts. I covered the first one. So bookmarks, really useful if you navigate through a lot of code, if you're in the process of refactoring things. So do use these, it's really helpful. Maybe you've seen me doing this already, but if you want to go to toggle sort of or jump between the methods interface and implementation, you can do this by these shortcuts. So Control-Shift arrow up or arrow down. So imagine you have a large file here. If I do Control-Shift and arrow up, you'll see the cursor jumping to, I don't know if you've seen this, but jumping to the implementation section, or if I go down to the implementation section. So sorry, this is the interface, this is the implementation, of course. So if you have a lot of files, you can quickly jump from the interface to the implementation by simply Control-Shift arrow up and down. I'll go over these shortcuts a little bit faster because I think I'm running a little bit out of time. The grep search we covered already, as you've seen. So Alt-Shift-S. In my case, you can change this, of course. Procedure search we covered too. The add unit, well, again, is really useful for adding files to your users class. Completing a class. So Control-Shift-C. Let me show you this. maybe you've seen me doing this as well, but in case you have, it's completing a function, of course, as well, or basically completing the implementation section of the interface, I should say. So I have here a test4 and give back an integer. Most of you, I guess, will use this already, but if you hit Control-Shift-C, you will see that I get the implementation here for this function I defined in the class, and it adds a begin and end directly, so don't do this manually. These two are quite useful as well. Declare a local variable or a class variable with Control-Shift-V or D. So if I have here a variable like test string, I say, okay, this is not valid code, of course. So in case I want to have this as a local variable, I can hit Control-Shift-V, and it doesn't work. Let me have a look why. Let me see, it's the refactoring part. Huh. Okay, these are grayed out. I have no idea why. Anyway, maybe you can try this for yourself. So again, declare variable. What will happen is if you have like this, a test a string, it will create a variable here locally in your procedure or function. If you say Control-Shift-D, it'll create a declaration here in your class. Maybe you can test it out. I don't know why these are grayed out. Anyway, usually are really useful to create fields. Although it's a little bit limited since you have the inline declaration like this, because to be honest, I don't use the local variable declaration too much. Usually I'll just go for the inline declaration and continue with things. So for the declarations in your class, it's still okay. I like this instead of having it all at the top of your procedure function. Anyway, so that is about these two. Last one, and perhaps this one won't work then as well, is the synchronize your parameters from for the implementation and interface section. So I'll show you, but perhaps this won't work. And again, maybe you can test it out. So I've here this procedure. If I say, okay, I want to have a parameter as string, I can hit the shortcut Control-Shift, Alt, and P. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work here. Again, maybe you can try it out. What should happen is that here the declaration will be copied to the implementation section and vice versa. So if I add here something, I hit a shortcut, it should end up here. So it synchronizes your implementation and interface section, the parameters part. Maybe you can try it out. I don't know why it's, again, this is a new environment, so I don't know why this won't work. Anyway, that's it for the shortcuts. Let me quickly go to the next ones, because otherwise I don't have time to talk about these. So live templates. It could be that you already are using these more than you think. So they're in Delphi again, as I said, from Delphi 3, I think. So they exist in Delphi for a long time. We do have quite a lot of these templates available. So if I hit the shortcut Control G in this case, you see that you have a lot of existing templates. And usually it gets invoked, for example, if you do a for loop like this, you will recognize this, that the live templating engine automatically invokes this live template. But there are a lot of these templates available, more than you maybe think of. So if you have, for example, the new for in loops and you want to use these, it's just faster to type this and with tab go through the options. So well, as in my string list, for example, than to type this all manually. So there are a lot of these live templates available. If you hover, you can, I think, see. You should be able to see what's in there. No, not here. Anyway, you can open them really easily and create your own. So like this, I expected this to see anyway. So this is the declaration, for example, for a class, where if you want to create a class, you can simply type in these shortcuts and you get, for example, a full class declaration. So like this. So if I go to here, I say, okay, I want to create a class and I want to full class. Then you see this is my class based on whatever object, and you get a full class implementation. So you use this. You can use this with properties as well. So if you have a property with only a getter or a getter and a setter, you can simply hit the shortcut Control G and have your property declaration just a little bit faster than if you type in everything manually. So really useful to be aware of this and use it while coding. And again, you can create your own using the shortcut, or sorry, using this file new other and create a code template even based on existing ones. So if you want to create your own, or if you always have a certain way of coding an if statement or a for loop, just copy the ones that are in there, change them, and you have your own template. So really useful to use. Really quickly to the last part. So Delphi is really extendable, as we've seen. So we've covered a couple of these plugins, which are useful. This list has a lot of Delphi components and Delphi packages available. So if I open this list, let me open it here. It's a list of libraries and components for Delphi. You can see the usual suspects like the GCL libraries, Spring 4D, really useful as well. But a lot more components based on or readily available for you. So if you're looking for some addition or some open source component set, have a look at this list. You see that there's a lot in here. I will skip this one, the Open Tools API, for the sake of the time that we have. Two other things I want to plug to you, and this is of course from GDK Software, but I think you will find this helpful as well. We do have a mailing list, so if you're interested in Delphi related content and tips like these, you can subscribe to our mailing list, and I regularly send you an email with some information about Delphi or useful stuff that we found or things that we find valuable for you as a Delphi developer. So if you want, subscribe to the list. It's free, of course, and well, you keep up to date with the latest developments and all the new stuff. And lastly, I want to talk about Codelex, the low-code tool that we developed. So I'll keep this brief as well, but with Codelex, it's really easy to develop new business logic on a visual way. And I'm not going to give you a demo here because there's you can have a look at the website. You can have a look at several Codelex videos that we've done together with Embarcadero or on our own. So have a look at our YouTube channel. But with Codeless, you create business logic in a visual way, much faster than typing it all by hand. So it really helps you in adding functionality to your existing applications in a structured way. And we constantly update the Codeless applications and the activities by adding new features, new functionality. So if you're interested in a new way of development, have a look at that. Install Codeless into your Delphi environment. It's a standalone app, but also completely integrated into Delphi. And play around with it. We'd love to hear your feedback on this as well. So, yeah, I think that's it for Codeless. Check it out and let me know what you think of that. All right. I think that covers the things that I wanted to share with you. Again, this is a personal talk about the things that we use or I use here at GDK, or we use. If you think I missed really important things, let me know. It's always good to hear from you guys what you think is an absolute unmissable feature of a plugin, or something that really should use as an addition to the usual stuff in Delphi. It's all about, in this case, about productivity and things that you can install to help you code faster. And I think with these things, it just makes your life so much easier, and Delphi so much better to work with. And although it's already out of the box, it's a tool that is so useful that if you go to something else, some other editor, you always miss Delphi. But with these tools, it's even better. And well, I'd love to hear what you think of that, and which things I miss. Anyway, that was it. Thanks for watching, and let's keep in touch. And I don't know, this is recorded talk, as I said, so maybe I will be around after this talk for a Q&A, maybe not, depending on when this gets aired. Anyway, thanks for watching. Have a great day. Bye.
Good news is he is around. He's stuck it out, even though it is. I just worked out. It's I think it's like 10:30 or something your time, isn't it? This is Marco G, as I call him. But Marco, I have a surprise for you. Because let me see if I can do this. Because if I've got this right, I have a solution. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. And if I say share this. So this is your company website, right? And
it is.
And if I'm right, I can say, and with me is Marco
Geuze.
Did that play out?
It is. That's quite impressive.
Yeah. What I did, basically.
Marco Geuze.
There you go.
Marco Geuze.
See, I can say it perfectly now.
Well, yeah. Absolutely.
When I say I can say it perfectly, what I really mean is Google Translate can say it perfectly.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I'm fine with Marco G. That's all right.
Well, there you go. I think it's kind of a good character name for you as well. Hey, I'm Marco G. So
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that was a great session as well. We were chatting behind the scenes about various things that are going on, and things that break and don't break. The synchronize, I'm going to rescue you here because I use I don't know why that doesn't work. Sync prototypes, that is actually broken because of to do with inline vars. So I don't want people to think, oh, Marco got it wrong. It wasn't Marco. It was unfortunately mea culpa. It's our fault and Marco now. We are fixing it. It's solving that problem. But as soon as you use inline vars, for some reason it just breaks it. I did have it explained to me. I didn't understand the explanation. All I care is it working? Yes, that's really all it matters. So, we did have a couple of people ask some questions, or not ask some questions, but or apart from they said when you said that whatever Ian has introduced me as. So who's watched for the last 2 weeks is like, yeah, he knows me. Marco does know me. He's like, there you go.
Yeah.
And the only other thing that was really mentioned was Seeing Wizard, which I think you didn't mention Seeing Wizards, did you?
No. So yeah, as I said, this was sort of a personal selection of things that I use. CM Wizard, CM Wizard, I see it quite a lot. I tried it.
Some people don't like it,
but yeah, that's the thing. It's personal. Sometimes it's personal. So first things I install is GXPair and the dev extensions. I can't live without. I don't know. There are more. I missed a couple of them. The MX Code Explorer. Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot more, and that's the thing. So I share this list of all these plugins, and you have so much. If you want to customize Delphi, it's all possible. And again, this is just a personal flavor, let's say.
I did a webinar where I said my favorite selection, or I forget how I worded it, but I made the mistake of saying the best component sets or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh God, I got so many emails from people going, they're not the best, and then gave me a great big long list. I'm like, what I meant was for me.
Exactly. That's a crucial addition. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it happens. Yeah. It happens. And like you say, it's a very personal thing. And this is actually one of the points that I try to make people, why I take it seriously when I say to people, email me. If you've got something that you want to comment on or mention or something like that, I always put my email address on. And the reason is that we don't have all the answers, but I know that as a company, we understand that coding is a very personal thing. I don't know about you, but when people start examining my code, I start to, you know what I mean? It's like they're looking at my children or something.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, we see quite a lot of code from other companies or developers, and it's always tricky if someone is still around, and that happens quite a lot. That we work together, and they say, "Okay, oh, you want to have a look at my code?
Yeah, just make sure they have nothing sharp."
Yeah. Well, you spend so much, and that's the same, I think, with all these plugins. You spend so much time in an editor. It's your, so that's the thing. You start at the morning or at night, depending on where you work, when you work, and you code all day. So you spend so much time in an editor.
It is a work tool, and that's why I say we really do take it serious. I mean, I can't speak for the whole of Idera, but of Embarcadero, I know they take it very personally if something doesn't work, and nobody is under any illusions what we are. We are providing a tool for your work, and when something doesn't work and people are like, "Oh, it's awful, this is broken" or whatever, we get it. We get it that it's as bad as a chef whose knife snaps. Now they can't cut up the steak, or if their oven, their cooker stops working, then they can't do their work. And we understand. We understand that. So, and I hope that's what I convey over. I try my best, but
Yeah. Well, like these editions, sometimes things break, and that's indeed with the inline vars. Some of the other things, I think it was with code completion or other things that sometimes fall over. But again, as I said before, inline variables, for example, is a great addition. Well, again, this is personal. I think I'll have a look at the chat to see. But I really love this, and that's the thing. Yeah, sometimes things fall over, but usually they get fixed quite fast, and that's fine. So
nobody has cursed you out yet about the inline vars. So we were talking behind on the backstage and saying, when it first came out, I think you're the same as me, because I've been coding, since Delphi 1, literally. And when the inline vars came out, I'm like, oh, no, I'm not so sure about
what are
this.
they doing?
Why did they do that? It was almost sacrilegious because it was so un-Pascal. I know you're a big fan of Pascal yourself, but actually, once you start using them, you suddenly think, You know what? Yeah, I can say. I mean, you can abuse them, and I've seen people litter stuff around and make a horrible mess. There's a right way and a wrong way, I think, to use them. But once you do understand how they work, they're actually pretty useful. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think one of the great. Well, we've talked about this before, I think, but the greatest benefit is that you have the scoped variables. So if you're in a for loop, for example, or in a loop, or then and you have an inline var within that loop, you can't access it without or outside of the loop. So it prevents you making stupid mistakes. So yeah, I do see a lot of benefits to this. But
yeah, and I think you're not the only one. I think I talk to enough developers. Obviously, I do that every day with multiple ones, and I think most people, when they discuss inline vars, are pretty much the same. Like, I don't know, but actually now I use them. Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
exactly.
And there's a few other language features. I mean, Embarcadero doesn't try not to, pile a load of features on, because one thing that's important to the company, of course, is backward compatibility.
Yeah.
And it's something that they do handle very well. I think that you can take a Delphi 7 app, and of course your company specializes in upgrading from older versions, so to say, and modernizing it. But you can do it, and it will work. And didn't you say before in another webinar that GDK have like tools to kind of automate a lot of that process, or was that somebody else?
Yeah, so we do have some tools indeed that help us in converting these old applications. So if you're on a fairly recent version, it's really easy, because if you're like if you've done the Unicode conversion, so Delphi 2009 and later, then you're good. It's quite easy to convert. If you're on older versions, or you use quite a lot of components, components are great, but if you use too much and it's all closed source, for example, or it's obsolete then, or legacy, then you might have a problem. And we developed some tools to automate part of the process in converting this, so you don't have to do this all manually anymore. And I think that's one of the annoying things, that if you have a Delphi 7 application, it's great. It usually still runs. I think that's the
for sure. Yeah, I have one that the customer refuses to upgrade it despite me threatening them, but they just won't do it. And there are some good reasons why. They use one component set that is essential to what that app does, and it would just be financially inappropriate, shall we say, for them to try and upgrade. And that happens. Sometimes it's not worth it. But
we've just started off done, I think, a Delphi 3 conversion, which was still running. I can't mention the name, but it was a quite a large organization, let's say. It was a small program, but still.
Please tell me it wasn't the US military. So.
Yeah, no, but it was a crucial application, and I think that's the beauty of Delphi, or the power of Delphi, that we could convert it, and it's running fine on the latest Delphi version. So this is code from, what is it? The end of the 90s, let's say.
Yeah.
And you're 20 years in the future, and you still can run it, and it works. So yeah.
I mean we're both preaching to converted here, but that is actually the main benefit of it. And I think that if anybody new is watching this and go, Delphi, why Delphi? Well, because of that, because there are applications out there you do not know are written in Delphi, and they are running and keep on running. It's robust. The language is easy to learn.
Yeah.
And upgrading and things like that. You cannot. I don't want to pick any particular technology, but .NET is the obvious one. But you can't take a .NET application from the very first days of .NET and expect it to run now without significant work to actually bring everything up in line. You can paste and copy code, but even that actually will not work very well in, say, C#. And things have moved on, and so they should. Things should move on. The difference is Delphi's moved on and tried to,
have the backwards compatibility.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's more to that. It's not only the code, but also all the knowledge that you have, like from components that you've used in the past. They still work in the newest Delphi version. The structure is still, of course, you have some language additions, but the structure is still the same. So it all feels familiar, and it's still even or it's even faster than it was before because of all the other additions to Delphi. But it's still working the same way as it did so long ago.
Yeah,
I
mean, VCL
applications that is unique.
sure.
That you keep the how do you say this? The benefits or all the great features of a language over all these years. That is still there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, fair play to Niklaus Wirth for inventing Pascal in the first place, and modular and a few other languages, Oberon, and I mean, he's passed away now, but I mean, so many great things came out of that, and we're still here today, all of us working on it. So
yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I think that was one of the things that he did indeed is trying to simplify things, make the language as easy as possible. So if you need a manual of like 100 pages to explain the language itself, then the language itself is rubbish. You should go with, I think he mentioned a couple of pages should be enough to describe a language, and I think that's still his legacy, and it's still in Delphi, in the core.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we kind of, the old timers, so to speak, of Pascal are like inline vars sacrilege because Niklaus Wirth didn't invent it. But actually, sometimes you do have to say life has moved on, and there's a good reason for this. And it doesn't really make things horrible by adding that feature. And that's the key thing. Don't put a feature in just because it's fashionable. Put it in because there's a good reason for it, I think, as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Cool.
Skipping out features is good. Sometimes additions is good. Yeah.
Well, if people scan that code, they'll go to your site. I keep championing you and saying what a great champion of Delphi you are, and your company is awesome. You're everywhere. The UK and not everywhere, but most places. But the UK and France, I think, and Holland.
Basically the whole of Europe, but also Brazil and the US.
Brazil, and you've got Delphi written on the outside of the building, haven't you, in Brazil?
We do. In quite a large font.
Is Keys based there, or is he based in the Netherlands?
No, he's based in the Netherlands. So Ricardo is based in.
Of course,
you will meet him probably at the Embarcadero conference in Brazil in a couple
September
of weeks.
the 5th. Yeah. I know he's going. He's mentioned it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We talked about the 13-hour flight. I'm not sure how happy I'll be once I land. But I've given myself plenty of time to be happy again once I get there. As long as I get the caffeine in, I'm fine. I just start chugging away as I do. And hey, and whilst we're on the QR codes, I just want to make sure that people scan this, because this is it's free now, and this is a great tool. If you're watching and you have lots of business logic and things like that, and that's the kind of thing that you're putting into your programs, Codelec is something you should at least go to the site and read about it, even if you go, well, it's not for me. Visual design of the business logic, I think, is the best way I can think of describing it. It's a very slick implementation, and when you see it being used, and we've done a webinar before on it, I guarantee we'll do another one. But go and have a look at that, because for the right entities, it's an absolute godsend. It's a time saver.
Absolutely.
But it adds all sorts of things, like it makes it so that you've got repeatable business logic and structure and code style and things like that. And I think it's there you go. People scanning the QR code, so they've listened to me and doing what do it, people. I wish I could just command people to speak.
Exactly. Well, and there again, if someone has ideas or questions about Codelec, you can find all my details on the internet, and please leave me a message. Feedback is highly appreciated.
And by the way, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I will say about this, which is, I still get people every time I talk to anybody telling me how awesome the Delphi Summit was. And for those of you that don't know, GDK sponsored the Delphi Summit, and it was something that people are going to be talking about for years to come. It was extremely popular. Just go there and look at the after show video and see how great it was. I know how much you guys put the effort in, and all your staff as well. And it was really a big amount of effort to put on your shoulders. And I really admire you as a company, and both you personally as an individual and your daughter, and was it daughters? I forget whether you got one or two. Yeah. But I know, I know at least one of them was there, and all your staff were just.
It was an amazing event.
That was the best advertisement they could do for the spirit that's in your company, the style of management that you have, the camaraderie amongst your employees as well. Honestly, how well that went and how great the staff were really speaks volumes for the kind of people you are, both personally and in business. And everybody says, I hope they're going to do another one, and I'm like, I'm not going to put him on the spot because I tell you what, it would have driven me into the ground. But
we talked about this, and one thing I can say, there will certainly be another one. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Well, you're crazy. So
yeah. Well,
yeah. I mean, what will happen is I think Embarcadero and GDK need to talk a lot more about this because it was
a great
one to go to. It was the one to go to for sure. And I know, there's some other events that I'm going to in Portugal, a few other places as well. The one in Brazil is apparently they keep saying, Ian, when you walk in, you'll be like a rock star. And I'm like, that sounds a little bit scary. Do I need security or something? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Ripping bits of my clothing off.
Yeah.
That's
a big one as well.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys did absolutely incredible job, and I know I keep saying this and embarrassing you because you're kind of a facing sort of guy. But seriously,
well, we're here, and I think so. The other way around is exactly the same. The amount of time and effort you spend on organizing these webinars is awesome as well. So everyone at our company watches them too, and it's great to see so many other Delphi enthusiasts together and giving these webinars, and you'll be on every one of them, talking to them. So I can assume that, it's almost weekend here, or it is weekend here. For you, feels like that it's about time as well. But now I want to thank you from all the MVPs or from all the Delphi developers as well. Thank you for all the work that you're doing and promoting Delphi and the rest of the companies.
I always say this: I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. David I remember seeing him do it, and I always thought what a great job he did, because without him, Delphi would have been nowhere near as popular. Absolutely. And C++ builder. And Jim, who you have now stolen from the community and have him running GK USA, Jim and Keith and all the others as well do a good job. I just sit here and talk nonsense. I always say this: I pump myself up with lots of caffeine, but the hard work is the community, and that's the great thing. Is and it's not difficult for me to be happy because I enjoy my job. It's great.
Great. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, thanks a lot. And then I'm going to say goodbye to everybody in a moment. Anyway, but thank you once again for taking the time and staying up.
Welcome. No worries.
On a Friday night. All right.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. No worries. Speak to you soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have reached the finality of it all, I'm pleased to say. And we've still got a ton of people online as well. What is up with you? Do you just all stick around and do these things? Jim Hunter says, I miss the Borcons. You know what? We realise that. We're going to sort something out about that. It'd be good if my wife stopped my dog from barking at my door, but there you go. And there's a webinar coming up which we can promote as well, although this might be a bit behind the scenes. But what's coming in Rad Studio 12.2 Athens is coming up. But you check your email because you should get that, and also go to the website. 100%. Oh, thank you, Paul. I didn't realise that was something nice about what was happening with the webinar. But 10 days of great, very Delphi and C++ content. The content's all down to other people. I just do the links in between and talk up between the two things. That's what I do. And thank you to Marco, who's just leaving. He said, thanks for a great weekend. Have a good weekend. You too, Marco. I appreciate your involvement, as always. Who else? Adele, who stuck it out for probably 2 weeks. I think came often, or if not every day. Thanks to all the participants for these 2 weeks and some days. We learned a lot from professionals. Well, good. I hope so. That's why we do it. I try not to make, I try to make the tone not a sales pitch for the product. I mean, I will just point out that you can go there and get a free copy if you qualify for a Rad Studio CE version. But that's not the primary reason why we're doing this, because if we educate people in software development, there'll be more software developers. But also if we educate them about what we think are the benefits of Object Pascal, of C++ and C++ Builder, but also things like Yellowfin and stuff like that, I think they're great tools. And you can decide for yourselves. If you don't agree, then don't use them. It's not difficult. Nobody's forcing your arm. And if you do that thing of clicking on like and subscribe, then whenever we go live, and I will be doing lots more live, we're going to be doing some live coding with Richard Hatherall every week. So watch a developer write some code. We've got a plan for, if I'll say this cryptically, if you're a fan of Silicon Valley, the program Silicon Valley, the comedy, we are going to recreate at least one of their apps, and you'll see. And we'll be using AWS services for it as well, and it's very good. Jim Hunter said, thank you, Marco. He's gone now, actually, off the studio, but I'm sure he can see the chat. And also, Paul McGee and Patrick both saying nice things about each other, but thanks to both of them, particularly Patrick, who, I don't know, Patrick, you must eat raw coffee every day or something to keep going. I reckon you have a little espresso beans and stuff like that. But Patrick is our Spirit of Delphi Award winner for 2024. And boy, he deserves it because he does everything. DelphiBooks.com and all of his games. He streams on Twitch and he's always in the chat, always. And he's a good friend. I like him anyway. We chat behind the scenes. But he does that because he likes giving back. So I appreciate that. Who else have we got? Was there an Arduino Delphi compiler platform? Actually, we didn't have a session this time from Boy and Mitov, but Mitov Software do have some Arduino stuff. And there is a session. If you go to the Rad Studio welcome page and look down the side, there is one where I talk about Arduino and actually program some devices. I've done it a few times, and I'm going to do another session coming up in, I think, September or October, where I'll be connecting to Arduino. I've got a whole bunch of them, but you can't see because my green screen, which will suddenly kick in if I turn backwards, my green screen covers it up. But I have a workbench behind me with a bunch of Arduinos on and things like that. I did have a robot. I moved house. It's a sword fighting robot, and I can't find it. I don't know where it went, but that was all based on Arduino and stuff like that. So we will be doing more like that. Paul McKee says, more community equals more better, right? Yes, definitely more better. We like that. Einstein, merci beaucoup. Thank you, my friend, for being there every day, I think, for 2 weeks as well. The French have definitely represented as well. And I appreciate it. Esco, thank you very much. Oh, come on. This is just me doing my stuff. What else we got? Pete Real says, great job. All right, well, I tried my best. And Ricardo said, Brazil. Yes, okay, I get that. Patrick, yes, did know about Martov and all the rest of it. Yeah, okay. That was a lot of fun. It's been 2 whole weeks. We will split up the individual sessions into like 1 hour chunks or 1.5 hour chunks or whatever they are, and they will be out on replays. You'll find them on our YouTube channels, plural, and also we'll be putting them on blogs and things like that. If you're watching YouTube and you want to make sure you catch the 1 hour webinar sessions that we do weekly, as soon as I start doing them again, because I need a bit of a break, click on like and subscribe on YouTube or LinkedIn, or whatever platform you're on. Click on like and subscribe. If you're on YouTube, click that little bell and make sure it says all. And as soon as I go live, it'll send an alert out and let you know. And then you don't have to worry if the email doesn't turn up. We know there was a problem with the emails during the week, and we're going to have a meeting about that and find out what went wrong and fix it, because these things are quite important to get right, and it doesn't always work. And before I go, I want to make sure I call out a few names. None of them will mean anything to you, but I want to make sure that I name check people, because it's very easy to watch me broadcast the 46 hours or whatever we've done of broadcasting and think that it's me, because it's my face, my voice, and I talk a lot. But I can tell you now that it is a whole group of people that are involved. And this is a personal thing, just to call them out. It involves Alex, who does a lot of the graphics and sign and things like that. April, Barbara, who works on the emails and all the rest of it. Dennis, Hagop. Hagop writes a lot of prose and text that you see. He's one of our writers. A very, very good one. He does all sorts of other things as well. Kranti, Sani, Sharad, Tristan, and of course Will, who's the boss of the marketing area, amongst other things, and also all the Embarcadero and CodeGear teams who do all the hard work, and I just get the people saying nice things in the chat, saying, "Oh, well done, Ian." No, I just do the links. That's what I do. I don't have to do the hard work. I just get to talk a lot, look down the barrel of the camera, and squint into bright lights, which are over there. But most importantly, a big shout out to, unfortunately, she's not in the studio right now, but most importantly, producer Martha, who is traveling around a lot at the moment and still managed to do a lot of the wrangling. Any of the guests who have appeared on these webinars will know Martha, because she will probably be the one that contacts them and says, "Hey, where's your session? Have you recorded your bit yet? And here's a link to join," and all the rest of it. Because I obviously quite often I'm busy presenting, or I'm just too busy. So producer Martha, she knows I appreciate her, but we're often separated by many hours of time difference. And so sometimes in the past, it's been like 3 a.m. in the morning for her, and she's been dealing with stuff. She has moved to a slightly better time zone, but she's still got a few hours time difference. All my guests, including Bradley from Ultra Edit, who did that live session, and Ben, who also helped. Edgar from Minerva, who also appeared for Yellowfin, were Jackie and Daniel from Yellowfin as well as a whole tomato team who also helped contribute towards this. It is a massive effort. It takes a village. It's not just Ian. It's not just the guests. It's a bunch of people behind the scenes that actually do the real work. And that includes people like Marco Cantu, David Milliton, and all their teams, because basically they produce that product. And without the work of the developers and the development managers and QA and all the other people, that would not exist, and I would not have a job. I would be pointless. There wouldn't be any need for me to do anything. So, thank you for being nice to me and putting up with me for 2 weeks and saying nice things. But it's everybody involved, and I mean that. We had something approaching 46 sessions covering everything from AI, functional programming, web development, HTMX. Antonio did a really good session. Good colleague of mine, very good friend as well. Did a whole section on HTMX, C++, Visual Assist, obviously Delphi with big business, small business. We covered all sorts. And, you made 2 weeks of very full content flyby. And once again, thanks to everybody in the chat. And of course, we have got to, and Patrick quite rightly points out the blog. If you go to the blog community page, you'll see other places that you can join, like Telegram groups, Facebook groups, Discord, several Discord groups, and not just in English. I appreciate I speak English, but there are groups in French, there are groups in Spanish, there are groups in Portuguese, there are groups in German. Delphi Praxis, for example, which is listed on that page, very active in both German and English. Pick a language, there is a community out there, and you people are all part of it. So, as Satisas says, he'll go to the community, or he or she will go to the community and get help. So that's it. So what I'm going to do is play us out, of course, on our traditional end of the day thing, but also end of this 2 weeks. I'll see you again another time, and we'll be doing weekly webinars again where we'll be teaching you about a specific subject in depth, and it'll be me presenting it, probably with someone like Richard Haswell coding live. But for those of you that participated and all the people that submitted sessions and came on as guests and all the rest of it, thank you. And we're going to play out, of course, with a video by my predecessor and now CEO or director of GDK USA, and that's Jim McKeith.
I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code monkey, get up, get coffee. Code monkey, go to job. Code monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say code monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do code monkey think? Code monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code monkey not say it out loud. Code monkey not crazy, just proud. Code monkey likes Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code monkey not thinking so straight. Code monkey not feeling so great. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man, a big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Lots. Code monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code monkey just waiting for now. Code monkey says someday, somehow. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Coulton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you will find links to download Jonathan Coulton's song as well.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks for joining me and all those that came for the whole 2 weeks. I really appreciate it. See you around. Keep coding. Have fun.